Chapter 555. Soon, Lin Feng completed the registration procedure. He joined Fierce Yin's sect and became an outer disciple candidate. Unlike participating in the genius elections, joining Fierce Yin's sect and becoming the lowest-ranked outer court disciple could be registered at any time. The procedure was not complicated. He only needed a recommendation from a disciple of Fierce Yin's sect. In less than 30 seconds, he completed the registration. "I'm sorry you had to see that, Sima," she said helplessly. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Senior, you seem to have a grudge with Guardian Han?" "It's not a grudge. It's just that he's petty and holds grudges." Sima, she nodded slowly. 10 years ago, I forged a 6-star spirit treasure. When Guardian Han and Guardian Jing heard about it, they wanted to buy it. According to the sect's rules, whoever offered the highest price would get it. In the end, I sold it to Guardian Jing. You offended him just like that." Lin Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. To hold a grudge over such a small matter, this Protector Han was truly too narrow-minded. If he had offended him just now, wouldn't it mean? Sima, she shrugged and said helplessly, "In terms of refining weapons, I'm second to none in Fierce Yin's sect. However, in terms of strength, I'm at the bottom among the 10 great guardians." Lin Feng nodded. He understood. In the Douling world, the strong were respected. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this kind of person." Sima, she looked at Lin Feng and said apologetically, "Lin Feng, you'll have to bear with it for a while. After a few months, I'll mention it to the sect leader. I'll definitely arrange for you to be promoted and enter the inner sect within a year. Won't that be a topic for ridicule?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "There's no need to trouble Senior." "How can that be?" Sima, she said. "According to Fierce Yin's sect's rules, no matter how strong a disciple is, he can only be promoted by 1 level every year." "So," Lin Feng said faintly. Sima, she said anxiously. "So even if you can be promoted every year, Lin Feng, you'll have to spend 6 years to enter the inner sect." As his voice fell, before Lin Feng could say anything, Sima, you had already repeatedly shook his head. "This absolutely cannot be done. You were recruited by me, so I must take responsibility. I must not waste your precious cultivation time." Junior appreciates Senior's kindness. Lin Feng said, "There's nothing wrong with being an outer sect disciple. The responsibilities are light, and you don't have to bear any burden. Most importantly, as long as I advance another level and become an ordinary outer court disciple, I will also be able to participate in the ranking competition." The ranking competition was held every July. 5 years was considered one age group, and they would compete separately. As long as one was an ordinary outer sect disciple or above, one could participate. He already knew this from Chung Qianqian. Rewards would be given according to the ranking. The top 20 would be qualified to enter the Yinling royal residence. It could be said that it was the most lively event in Lian School. "This," Sima, she was also stunned, and then he shook his head and said, "This is not the same. Inner court disciples can enjoy many benefits, such as a cultivation environment, various secret manuals, distribution of resources, and so on. This is something that outer court disciples can't compare to. Moreover, only inner court disciples can be accepted as disciples by guardians, elders, and even the sect leader. Moreover, the sect has a special event every month, and many outer court disciples can't participate at all." "Thank you for your kindness, Senior," Lin Feng declined politely. It could be seen that Sima, she was sincerely looking out for him. However, he didn't lack anything at the moment. Joining Lian School was firstly to have a quiet cultivation environment, so that he could cultivate without worries. Secondly, it was to have an additional backer, which could save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Thirdly, it was for the identity token of the Yinling royal residence. Therefore, there wasn't much difference between joining the inner court or outer court. If there was a difference, it would be the way others looked at him or the way they treated him. However, was this important? Sigh. Sima, she let out a long sigh, but it was useless to persuade him. He could only agree helplessly. "All right then. Lin Feng, when you change your mind, come find me again." "All right." Lin Feng smiled slightly. "This is so infuriating." Han Lu's face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. He sat down, picked up the tea on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Damn it! Han Lu exerted force with his right hand, and the cup was instantly shattered into pieces. The Lian school disciples below had never seen such a scene, and all of them kept quiet out of fear. The pieces flew past their cheeks and cut open wounds, but they let the blood flow and didn't dare to make sound. At this moment, "Master, why are you so angry?" An indifferent voice sounded. It was rhythmic, and there was a hint of femininity in it. It was a man who was as thin as firewood, with a pair of yin and yang eyes that shone brightly, and a gloomy smile on his face, which made people shudder. "Oh, it's Ryu?" Han Lu glanced, and his breathing calmed down a little. "Greetings, Master." Bien Ruyu's cheeks moved slightly, and she said casually, "I wonder if this disciple can share Master's worries." Han Lu stared at Bien Ryu, and his cold eyes shone brightly. He nodded and said, "Among all the disciples, you are the most treacherous and cunning. Keep a close eye on a disciple for me. He just joined the outer court today as a candidate disciple, and his name is Lin Feng." "A candidate disciple for the outer court?" Bien Ryu was startled. Looking up at Han Lu and seeing the murderous look in his eyes, Bien Ryu immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Master. What should I do?" "Should I?" Bien Ryu looked up, her eyes cold, and made a gesture of slitting her neck. "No hurry," Han Lu said coldly. "Send someone to keep a close eye on him, and report to me immediately if there are any unusual movements." Thinking of Lin Feng's appearance just now, Han Lu's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of coldness. He said coldly, "When it's time to act, I will inform you." Bien Ryu's eyes burned, and she cupped her hands and said, "Yes, Master." Inside the Lian school, Sima Xian brought Lin Feng and wandered around. Every time they arrive at a place, he explained in detail, showing the hospitality of a good host without any airs. Lin Feng nodded from time to time, or asked some small questions, and Sima, she patiently answered. They got along quite well. "There, Xia Er's residence is in front." Sima, she pointed to the front. Lin Feng looked over and saw a small stream with green grass. There was a stone house by the water, and the scenery was beautiful. The spirit energy here is really dense, far better than the residence of the outer court disciples. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and he could sense the aura very clearly. The spirit energy here was only slightly inferior to the Wind Valley of the Caifei sect, and this was not the place with the densest spirit energy in the Lian school. Regretting it, Sima, she smiled and said, "It's not too late to change your mind." Lin Feng smiled faintly and shook his head. The density of spirit energy was not what he needed the most now. As long as there were enough star stones to absorb, it was the same for him no matter how thin the spirit energy was. Chi! Chi! The sword light was heavy, and it carried a sharp aura. Not far from the stone house, Ji Xia was waving his two swords, practicing as if there was no one around. Ever since Xia lost you last time, he learned from the painful experience and cultivated hard for half a year. Sima, she looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully, as if to say, "Be careful." Lin Feng smiled. To tell you the truth, Junior came to Fierce Yin School this time for another purpose, which was to have a real fight with Brother Ji. Last time, he had an unfair advantage. He really wanted to have a good fight with Ji Xia when he was at his peak. He wanted to see who was stronger. Good. Sima, she patted Lin Feng's shoulder approvingly, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. But don't underestimate Xia. In this half a year, not only did he recover, but he also broke through again and again. Now, he already has the strength to fight for the top 5 among his peers in the Lian school. Lin Feng replied with a soft his eyes sparkling. Just by looking at the way Ji Xia wielded his two swords, one could tell that he was different, especially that pair of eyes that emitted an indigo blue luster. They were filled with an oppressive aura, and they were like the eyes of an Azura. But it was only the strength to fight for the top 5. It was not even the top 3. Lian School is indeed full of experts. Jixia was once defeated by Golden Cicada, and Golden Cicada could not even take one hit from Jixio. And this is only the same age as me. If they were older, they would definitely be stronger. Lin Feng's eyes were burning, and his heart was beating wildly. After leaving Green Smoke City, he realized how big the Douling world was. It was far beyond his imagination. Lian School alone had hundreds of millions of martial artists. Only now did he truly understand what Duo said. Compared to the Douling world, the Tianwu continent was as insignificant as a grain of sand. But the more it was like this, the more challenging it was. Soon Jixia stopped. With his strength, he could clearly sense his surroundings even when he was practicing. Master, Jixia smiled. When he saw Lin Feng, he could not help but be stunned. He said in a daze, Brother Lin Feng, are you really not joining Lian School? No, I have joined Lian School, Lin Feng said with a smile. Really? That's great. Jixia laughed heartily, but he saw his master's strange expression. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in surprise, Oh right, Brother Lin, since you participated in the genius election, why are you here? It shouldn't be over so soon, right? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. No, I just became an outer sect disciple candidate. What? Jixia widened his eyes, completely stunned. Impossible. He looked at Sima Shi and saw his master's helpless expression. Jixia frowned. Master, what's going on? It's a long story, Sima Shi sighed. You guys take your time. Xia, help Lin Feng arrange things later. I still have a mission for the selection, so I'll leave these chores to you. Remember, no matter what Lin Feng wants, try your best to satisfy him. Yes, master, Jixia said seriously. Sima Shi looked at Lin Feng, his eyes burning. You really won't regret it? Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. All right then. Sima Shi sighed helplessly. I won't force you. I'll take my leave first. If there's anything, Lin Feng, come and find me directly. Yes, senior. Lin Feng nodded and said. Looking at Sima Shi's back, a faint smile appeared on his face. He did not know about the rest of Lian School, but Senior Sima treated him sincerely, like family. This feeling was very comfortable. Chapter 556. I see. Jixia frowned slightly. Actually, to me, it doesn't make much of a difference whether I join the inner sect or the outer sect temporarily. Lin Feng smiled faintly. To him, Fierce Yin sect was just a stop on the path of cultivation. To be honest, he didn't want to trouble Senior Sima too much. Actually, this kind of thing happens often. Jixia nodded. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Generally speaking, others would give face to their master and turn a blind eye to it. Unfortunately, he just so happened to encounter Master's sworn enemy, Han Lu. Lin Feng smiled. Where there were people, there were conflicts and conflicts. In such a big sect like Fierce Yin's sect, no matter how good Senior Sima's interpersonal relationships were, it was inevitable that he would lose sight of the other. With the sect master holding down the fort, Master and Han Lu didn't have any big conflicts these years. However, us brothers and Han Lu's disciples have been fighting fiercely. Jixia's eyes flashed coldly. Let's not talk about the distant past. In the ranking competition 2 years ago, I was almost crippled by Golden Cicada. I heard Senior Sima mention it before. Lin Feng nodded. That year, Golden Cicada was 4th in the ranking competition, while Jixia fell in the top 5. I'm not as good as him. I've embarrassed Master. Jixia's smile was slightly bitter. To be honest, Master is very strict when it comes to accepting disciples, so our sect has very few people. In addition, many of our senior brothers and sisters are like Master, who likes to study the art of refining weapons. In terms of combat strength, we are completely suppressed. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This wasn't unexpected. Like Master, like disciple. This was very normal. No wonder Senior wants to introduce me to other experts as disciples. Lin Feng thought to himself. He deeply felt Sima Shi's intentions and felt a warm current in his heart. Brother Lin, Jixia saw that Lin Feng seemed to be thinking about something and asked hesitantly, Don't tell me you want to join another sect? Lin Feng came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. Brother Ji, you worry too much. You are Qianqian's senior brothers and sisters. We are family. Even if Ji Xia didn't mention it, he was very clear about the relationship between Senior Sima's lineage. He often heard Qianqian talk about her senior brothers and sisters, and there was only laughter and happiness, without the slightest sadness. Ji Xia also smiled and said, although Qianqian is naughty, she is kind-hearted. Everyone likes her very much. Lin Feng grunted softly. He suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, by the way, Brother Ji, where did Qianqian go? Her? Ji Xia smiled and said, as I expected, she can't wait to find Qin Huai for revenge. This little girl. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He had heard Qianqian mention the name Qin Huaibao countless times. A pair of enemies. This year's new disciples are all in District 9. Outer disciples and inner disciples live in different areas. Master should have mentioned this to you already, right, Brother Lin? Ji Xia asked as they walked. Lin Feng grunted softly and nodded. Fierce Yin's sect was like a big cake. With Fierce Yin Treasure Hall as the center, it was divided into 100 equal pieces. Every piece of cake was in the shape of a pyramid, and the grades were very delicate. There was a huge barrier between the inner and outer sect that couldn't be crossed, and the place where he would live in the future would be District 9's outer sect. Every district was governed by a sect master, and the 100 sect masters of Fierce Yin's sect were only slightly lower than the Guardians. However, the sect master of District 9 is independent. No one respects him. Ji Xia muttered to himself. By the way, Brother Lin, why don't you move to District 33? The sect master there is eldest senior brother. Qianqian and I are there, so we can take care of you. Ji Xia's eyes lit up. As long as master or eldest senior brother speak to the sect master of District 9, it'll be fine. No need. Lin Feng shook his head and declined. It doesn't matter where I live. There's no need to break the rules for me. Since I'm here, I'll take it as it comes. I'm not that spoiled. Lin Feng smiled faintly and looked into the distance. It was covered by a dense fog with a faint layer of light. This was the boundary between the inner sect and outer sect. Only those with star C level strength could pass through this layer of barrier. But even so, if an outer sect disciple wanted to enter the inner sect area, they had to have a handwritten order from the sect master or above. Whoosh! Soon, Lin Feng and Ji Xia passed through the barrier. All right, I won't force you. Ji Xia smiled. Anyway, after becoming an inner sect disciple, Lin Feng, you can choose where you want to live. In Ji Xia's opinion, Lin Feng would become an inner sect disciple in the blink of an eye. Okay. Lin Feng's eyes shone as he looked around. The spirit chi here was one level lower than the inner sect area. The further they went, the further they were from the center, and the larger the area was, but the density of spiritual energy was lower. But compared to Green Smoke City, it was much stronger. You can choose where you want to live, but the further you go, the thinner the spirit chi. Ji Xia took out a metal jade token that emitted a faint luster and handed it to Lin Feng. This is the identity token of Fierce Yin's sect's disciple. It is also a land occupation token. Land occupation token. Lin Feng took the metal jade token and saw some strange patterns carved on it. They contained a faint energy, and he understood. Yes. Ji Xia pointed forward. Look, isn't most of the area covered by a layer of light? Lin Feng nodded lightly. He had seen it just now. The light shields were like tents that enveloped the various regions, dividing the entire region into pieces. The outer sect doesn't have as many rules as the inner sect. In short, the strong are revered. Lin Feng's eyes shone, and the corner of his mouth curved indifferently. He already understood. One-on-one, defeat the opponent, and you can get the territory. Ji Xia smiled. The sect encourages fighting, but you can't kill. If you cause death, the punishment will be severe. But no matter how serious the injury is, the sect won't care at all. Lin Feng nodded. As a warrior, it was normal for him to get injured. Fighting was a warrior's instinct. If you think you can't win, you can admit defeat before the duel. Jixia said slowly. The interval between duels is 10 days. No matter who wins or loses, there's a cooldown period of 10 days. Pointing forward, Jixia's expression was calm. If the light barrier is solid, it means that you can't enter during the cooldown period. But if the light barrier is illusory, you can enter. Lin Feng looked over and saw that most of the light veils were real. Only a small portion of the light veils were illusory. This place is the closest to the inner sect area, and the spirit chi is the densest. Millions of outer sect disciples of the 9th District are all staring at this place. Once the cooldown period of 10 days is over, someone will challenge. Right now, the illusory ones must be the best of the 9th District's outer sect disciples. They are quite famous. It was not difficult to infer that there were so many warriors in the 9th District. Once the cooldown period of 10 days was over, people would probably flock here. Looking at Lin Feng, Jixia smiled and said, "The ones who have transformed into light shields are all old monsters. Don't think that outer sect disciples are weak. Many warriors can't enter the inner sect for various reasons. For example, loyalty, demotion, etc. But this doesn't mean they are weak. There are some with more special powers, such as this old poison Geo." Jixia pointed at a huge hill and said seriously, "He's more than 2,000 years old. Not only does he have Star C State Level 5 power, but he's also very proficient in using poison. Many martial artists who challenged him were poisoned before they even saw his shadow." And there, the corner of Xia's mouth twitched. His original name was Huang Feng. He was over 1,800 years old. When he was practicing martial arts, he suffered from chi deviation. But after going crazy, he became even more obsessed with martial arts. His strength has been stuck at Star C Level 6, but his moves and battle techniques are extremely terrifying. He is called Huang Feng. 100 years ago, even 4th senior brother lost to him. Jixia introduced what he knew to Lin Feng one by one. Just as he said, although this was only the outer sect of the 9th District, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. "This is interesting." Lin Feng smiled. His guess was right. These light barriers were all old monsters that couldn't be provoked. But this was interesting. This is only the outer sect of the 9th District. The inner sect will probably have many more experts. And there are a total of 100 districts like this. How many experts does this fierce yin sect have? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked forward to it. At this moment, he felt that joining the fierce yin sect seemed to be much more interesting than he had imagined. It was not just the token of the Yinling sect. Whether it was the light barrier or the light barrier, it did not affect one's vision. Lin Feng looked around. He was not in a hurry to find a place to stay. Instead, he casually observed the environment. Either he didn't look for it, or he would settle down. Mountains, hills, waterfalls, lakes. Although it was only a district, the area was quite vast. After thinking about it, it made sense. After all, there were millions of warriors living in the 9th District. According to Jixia, it only occupied 1/3 of the land. There was still a lot of empty land in the periphery of the 9th District where the spirit energy was thin. There's no need to fight with these old monsters. Anyway, whether the spirit energy is thin or not, it doesn't affect me. Lin Feng pondered. Although there were some experts that he wanted to meet, but the district here was too troublesome. Just as he was about to go out, Lin Feng suddenly froze. His eyes sparkled. "What's wrong, Brother Lin?" Jixia asked in surprise. In an instant, whoosh, Lin Feng sped down. Like a hurricane, it stopped outside an illusory light barrier. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the rocky highland. It was extremely desolate. A strong wind blew, bringing with it a trace of coldness. "That is..." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His startled expression was full of surprise. He looked straight at the rocky highland. Although it was far away, he could still see the huge rocks clearly. There were clear scratches on them. Some were deep, and some were shallow. Some were long, and some were short. There were also all kinds of strange shapes. Plop! Plop! Lin Feng jumped very quickly. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the rocks. He could not look away. Jixia had already arrived. He followed Lin Feng's gaze and smiled. "Brother Lin, you have good eyesight." "Sweat, I'm stuck." Tomorrow, 3 chapters. Chapter 557. What deep spear scars, Lin Feng murmured. This rocky highland was imprinted with countless spear scars, forming a unique region. Great Spear Cliff, Ji Xia said slowly. This is one of the 100 territories of the 9th district. The environment here is very ordinary, and can even be described as poor. However, tens of thousands of years ago, a top powerhouse lived on this rocky plateau, Pei Yun. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. According to the records, Pei Yun was considered a top powerhouse in the fierce Yin school at that time. His family spear technique was especially invincible. Ji Xia's eyes shone. However, due to his mysterious origins, he never entered the inner sect. He lived here for 1,000 years before leaving. Leaving? Lin Feng was slightly startled. Yes, before his death, he went to the Great Yin continent. Ji Xia nodded. Many powerhouses of the fierce Yin school would choose this path. Lin Feng nodded. A star sea-level powerhouse's lifespan was between 2,000 and 3,000 years. If they couldn't break through by 2,000 years, they would need to risk it all and burn their boats. So this place became a delicious cake. Lin Feng looked at the rock wall in front of him that was covered with spear scars and understood. A place left behind by such a powerhouse would definitely be envied by many warriors. Just these rocks alone were worth thousands of gold. Yes, Ji Xia shrugged. Most of the 100 territories of the 9th district are like this. His eyes burning, Lin Feng was very interested. Perhaps these spear scars weren't very useful to other warriors, but to him, they were worth thousands of gold. He had already comprehended 3 of the 7 wooden carvings. It was very difficult to create something out of nothing with only spear intent, but no spear form. Moreover, it would take a very long time. Back then, Grandma spent more than 1,000 years to create 2.5 forms. Maybe my spear skills are better, but creating a 4th form out of nothing is definitely not an easy task. Lin Feng was confident, but not arrogant. He knew himself well. Therefore, after learning the 9-dragon spear art, he didn't touch the 4th wooden carving. But now, that Tung Yun is clearly a master of the spear. His spear moves are incredibly powerful. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Spear practitioners were extremely sensitive to spears and spear moves. Lin Feng could tell from the spear marks on the stone wall that in terms of attainment and comprehension of the spear, this expert Nai Yun from tens of thousands of years ago was above him. Perhaps we can benefit from it. Lin Feng nodded. As the thought flashed through his mind, Lin Feng instantly made a decision. Let's do it here, Lin Feng said slowly. Ji Xia is startled. She frowns. Brother Lin, with a hesitant expression, Ji Xia wanted to say something but hesitated. Looking at Ji Xia, Lin Feng asked with a faint smile, "Is he very strong?" Ji Xia was afraid of hurting his own self-esteem. Ji Xia nodded. Yes, the one who lives here is District 9's Spear King Fei Jin. He's 1,300 years old and is a rank 6-star sea state expert. In his early years, he was crippled in a duel with an expert from the Wild Feather race. His left arm was broken, and he was disheartened and retired. After leaving the inner sect, Fei Jin didn't want to participate in any of the sect's affairs. He lives here in seclusion, and his only hobby is learning the spear. He's called Fei Spear King. Pausing, Ji Xia looked at Lin Feng and said seriously, although he hasn't fought for decades, Fei Spear King's strength is more than enough to rank in the top 100 of District 9's outer sect. With a slightly hesitant expression, Ji Xia said, even with the current me, I only have a 50% chance of winning against Fei Spear King. In Ji Xia's view, although Lin Feng was strong, he was still far from his peak. In the battle half a year ago, although he lost to Lin Feng, his indigo light pupils hadn't recovered yet. Plus, he was injured by the golden cicada, so he only had 30% of his strength left. But now, not only did he recover his strength, he even broke through the bottleneck and rose 2 levels, becoming a 6th level star sea level existence. The increase in his strength was 10 times stronger than when he was at his peak. But against Fei Spear King, he still didn't have the confidence. Not to mention Lin Feng. However, Ji Xia didn't know that in this half a year, Lin Feng's improvement was far beyond his expectations. This kind of opponent is interesting. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. What he liked the most was to be on par with someone, especially when he was also an expert who practiced the spear. This kind of battle could give him a lot of enlightenment and help. He wasn't afraid of him being strong. He was afraid that he wasn't strong enough. Directly go in? Lin Feng looked at Ji Xia with a calm expression. Just take this land occupation card. Brother Lin, little brother, you have to think carefully. If you use it for a challenge, the land occupation card also has a cooldown period of 10 days. Ji Xia said seriously. So, Lin Feng smiled. So if you fail the challenge, you can't challenge other warriors for 10 days. Ji Xia's eyes flashed. You can only stay in the outermost area of the 9th area, where the spirit chi is thin. After pausing, Ji Xia continued. In my opinion, little brother Lin, you can find an opponent you're confident in and settle down first. It won't be too late to challenge another 10 days later. One was cutting off all means of retreat, and the other was winning steadily. One had to admit that Ji Xia knew the rules of the outer sect quite well. But, Brother Ji, I appreciate your kindness. Lin Feng smiled and took out the metal token. Brother Ji, please wait here for a moment. His voice was calm, but it revealed a faint confidence. Ji Xia opened his mouth slightly, but before he could react, Lin Feng had already disappeared into the void light. Such strong confidence. Ji Xia's eyes flashed. Not good. Brother Lin, little brother, might have misunderstood my meaning. Ji Xia clapped his hands with a shocked expression. He just said that he and Fei Spear King's strength were evenly matched, but Lin Feng didn't know how strong he was. It's over. Lin Feng must have been misled by my words. Ji Xia only felt a little regretful. This is a mistake. Ji Xia frowned, looking at the void light that had already solidified, and sighed. Instantly, he took out a different metal token and rushed down with a so sound. Let's just make the best of it. At least don't let Fei Spear King hurt little brother Lin. Inner sect disciples could freely enter and leave any outer sect area. Was it really a misunderstanding? The answer was obviously no. Ji Xia didn't know Lin Feng's true strength. However, Lin Feng himself was very clear about it. His improvement in this half a year was extremely shocking. Just from Star Sea Level 1 to Star Sea Level 6, it was enough to shock people. He wasn't even afraid of Star Sea Level 8 witches, let alone human warriors of the same level. Ta! Lin Feng landed on the rock. Closing his eyes, waves of cold wind blew, bringing with it a sense of desolation. This place was desolate, like the walls of a desert, filled with a sense of loneliness. Here, other than rocks and sand, there was nothing else. Not even a blade of grass grew, as if there was no life. What a desolate feeling. With the cover of the light, it's even more desolate. Although the spirit chi here isn't as good as the inner sect, it's a good place to cultivate the spear. Lin Feng secretly praised. He Yun, who chose this place to settle down, had a good eye. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Ha! Opening his eyes, they emitted a sharp light. Not far away, a wild aura came along with the wind, as if challenging him. Interesting. Lin Feng's lips curled up. Lin Feng's figure sped past, bringing with it a strong battle intent. Then, he disappeared from where he was. Wah! Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared. The strong aura was close at hand. In front of him was a huge rock wall. It was uneven, but it was continuous and had a huge range. Lin Feng's eyes were clear and focused on a single point. On this vast rock wall, a brown-haired middle-aged man stood in the wind, holding a spear in one hand. His clothes were tattered, and his messy hair fluttered in the wind along with his empty left sleeve. However, the brown-haired man's expression was calm, and his eyes were slightly closed. Fei Jin, Fei Spear King. This Yin Spear Cliff hasn't had a guest for decades. Fei Jin's voice was filled with vicissitudes as he spoke. Greetings, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his hand slightly. Looking at Fei Jin, Lin Feng's head shook slightly. He felt a sense of disbelief. Fei Jin's body seemed to have merged with the spear and the wind, emitting a very special feeling. His entire body seemed to be showing off its sharpness, with a sense of extreme sharpness. The man was the spear, and the spear was the man. The realm of one with the spear. No, it's not the union of man and spear. Lin Feng felt apprehensive. There was a very mysterious feeling. His heart trembled slightly, like the strings of a zither, but he couldn't say it out loud. The feeling was very mysterious. Is this the realm after the fifth realm of spear arts? Returning to origin, Lin Feng thought to himself. Ever since he entered the Douling world, his understanding of spear form and spear intent was much deeper than before. However, his spear realm didn't improve at all. It remained at returning to origin. Most importantly, when the spear form and spear intent were displayed to the extreme, it was considered deliberate, with the spear in the heart. It was difficult to display the true power of returning to origin. Therefore, the fifth realm, returning to origin, lacked a sense of feeling. Although it could display a stronger power than the fourth realm, union of man and spear, but it didn't feel suitable. It was as if he was using a spear that was stronger and sharper than the nightmare spear, but it didn't necessarily suit him. Fei Jin opened his eyes, which were filled with a faint light. He stared at Lin Feng. That pair of lonely eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Fei Jin slowly opened his mouth. Newcomer, yes. Lin Feng didn't hide it. With your strength, it's more than enough for you to enter the inner sect. Fei Jin's voice was very calm. Senior, aren't you the same? Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Fei Jin smiled. Little guy, you're quite interesting. He glanced at Lin Feng's back. Fei Jin's eyes flashed as he nodded his head and praised. Good spear. Bang! Lin Feng didn't hesitate and suddenly unsheathed the nightmare spear. With a light vibration, the fiery red spear condensed into a faint hum. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Nightmare spear. Fei Jin's expression gradually froze. His right hand didn't move, but the long spear in his hand shone with a cold light, emitting an oppressive power. Fei Jin coldly said, Nightmare spear? Blades and spears have no eyes. Little guy, don't blame me for bullying you. Bang! The aura exploded. Senior, please enlighten me. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a cold light. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day, everyone. There are still 2 chapters to go. Chapter 558. Fight. All this while, Lin Feng had always wanted to have a great battle with a real expert who practiced the spear. Now, his wish was fulfilled. So, Lin Feng maintained the speed of a level 6 star sea state. A good chance. It's rare to meet someone with a stronger spear technique than me. I can't waste this opportunity to steal his skills. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled with a bright light. Ever since he absorbed the essence, blood, and essence of the Tianwu, witch race, his body had been reborn. Although his power was still at level 6, his body was comparable to a level 9 star sea state. If he really went all out, no matter how good Fei Jin's spear technique was, he wouldn't be able to block the absolute difference of 3 levels. But this wasn't what he wanted. Emperor Shun's energy. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Spirit chi poured in and instantly condensed on the nightmare demon spear. A milky white chi wrapped around the spear. Along with the human soul ripple, a black mist appeared, causing his speed to double. Lin Feng attacked first, not willing to lose it all. Oh! Fei Jin's eyes changed slightly. The black mist covered his body as though he was in a quagmire. His body suddenly became heavy, but Fei Jin didn't care at all. Speedball. The white light ball in Fei Jin's hand glowed, emitting an intense white light. The power of the 5-star spirit treasure was fully displayed. A strange energy condensed around Fei Jin's body, causing his speed to double, completely negating the black mist. At this moment, the spear in Fei Jin's hand moved. As though it had a soul, the seemingly ordinary spear suddenly exploded with shocking power. Rumble. It was like a gust of wind. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, and the nightmare demon spear shook violently. Storm Spear Art. The Nightmare Demon's spear hummed as if it had come alive. However, compared to Fei Jin's Yinheng spear, it was less agile and natural. It was as if one was moving casually while the other was moving on purpose. There was a distinct difference between the two. The difference in spear technique realm. The wind howled, and the spear moved the wind. Fei Jin's eyes sparkled. Pung! The two spears merged together. Lin Feng only felt his arm tremble slightly. His coil formula seemed to be restrained, and he couldn't use it at all. If it wasn't for his trip to the Colored Jade sect that allowed him to advance his Tempest Spear art and be able to manipulate the wind, perhaps he would have been defeated by this move. But even so, he was still under the control of others. Your strength is slightly greater than mine, but your speed is slightly slower than mine. But he didn't use his full strength, whether it was his soul weapon or his star power. He didn't use them. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. His right arm went numb, and he was separated from Fei Jin. In just that instant of exchange, Lin Feng already had a rough understanding of the strength of the Fei Spear King in front of him. My feeling isn't wrong at all. His spear technique is above mine. Regardless of the spear technique, this alone is enough. This time, I'll definitely benefit a lot. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. In the Sky Martial Continent, the fifth realm of spear techniques that he knew of, returning to origin was the peak. And ever since he entered the Douling world, he had never improved. Today, he finally saw the light. The sixth realm. The combination of the spear technique and spear intent is perfect, far surpassing returning to origin. If I can learn it, my strength will definitely increase by countless times. Lin Feng nodded his head. His astonishing recovery ability had already recovered the numbness in his right arm. With a shout, Lin Feng shot out like an arrow, instantly attacking Fei Jin. Hua! A light flash passed. When Ji Xia arrived, Lin Feng and Fei Jin were already engaged in a fierce battle. The two spears merged together, probing each other and attacking each other. For a moment, the sound of metal clanging could be heard. They were evenly matched. As expected, they're fighting. Lin Feng's strength has increased by so much. Ji Xia's eyes lit up, floating in the air as he stared at the battle in front of him. His attention was incomparably focused. Fei Jin's strength was on par with his. Watching his battle would definitely help him increase his own strength and battle experience. I heard that Fei Spear King's attacks are fast, accurate, and ruthless. Why hasn't he used his killing move today? Ji Xia was puzzled, but he didn't say anything. He didn't even use his astral power. It was enough to show that Fei Jin had held back a lot. Just as Ji Xia had seen, Fei Jin had held back. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't itching for a fight after not fighting for decades. Lin Feng's spear technique was so sharp that Fei Jin liked it very much. There was no better way to learn the spear than to exchange pointers with other spear users. Lin Feng's spear technique was also very valuable for Fei Jin to learn from, especially the marvelous way of controlling the wind. It made Fei Jin gasp in amazement and click his tongue in wonder. He is so young, but his understanding of the spear technique is so deep. But why did his spear technique go astray? It's so strange, Fei Jin thought. As time passed, he gradually increased the range of his attacks. Although Lin Feng's spear arts were profound, Fei Jin was already tired of using this move back and forth. Let's end it. Fei Jin's eyes lit up. Astral Power 4th Gear. Bang! The indigo astral power suddenly exploded, and Fei Jin's muscles instantly swelled. Light condensed around his body, and it was filled with an extremely sharp aura. At this moment, Fei Jin's strength and speed had increased by several folds. The astral power of the 4th gear could be precisely controlled and spread. It could last for a long time, unlike the first 3 gears, which would slowly dissipate after the explosion. Are you finally using your true strength? Lin Feng thought. I've been waiting for this moment. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He unleashed his hidden strength even more. The more intense the battle, The more Fei Jin unleashed his full strength, and the more Ji Xia could feel his spear techniques, as well as spear intent. Come! Lin Feng was full of fighting spirit. The Nightmare Demon Spear's red light was extremely bright. Lin Feng didn't retreat, but advanced instead. The wind was strong, accompanied by the sound of the Nightmare Demon Spear. Lin Feng was like a gust of wind, whistling as he rushed out again. Ji Xia frowned. He thought that after Fei Jin unleashed his astral power, he could easily win. But in the end, he was suppressed again. Lin Feng unleashed his astral power too? Ji Xia was stunned. No, his body didn't change at all. But his body is as strong as Fei Spear King's? Pa! Ji Xia's eyes brightened. He suddenly smiled. This guy is still hiding his strength. At this moment, Ji Xia recalled that Lin Feng had also been able to unleash power that exceeded his own cultivation level. It was truly strange. But his spear intent is inferior to Fei Spear King's. It's only a matter of time before he loses. He's completely suppressed. He can't attack at all. Ji Xia sighed his heart, feeling sorry for Lin Feng. Lin Feng's increase in strength was already enough to surprise him. There were only a few people at his age in the entire Li Yin school who could fight Fei Spear King like this. He's just a little bit weaker than me. In the past 6 months, Brother Lin's improvement is amazing. I'm afraid I'll have one more competitor in the future. Ji Xia's eyes glittered. He was amazed. Looking straight at this evenly matched battle, Ji Xia also felt his fighting spirit boiling. He couldn't wait to fight to his heart's content at this moment. Time passed second by second. It seemed that Lin Feng was in danger, but he was still holding on. Ji Xia was more and more surprised. He couldn't believe it. Brother Lin, you're so tough. I can't believe you haven't lost yet. Ji Xia wasn't the only one who was shocked. Fei Jin also felt his scalp tingle. Lin Feng kept being suppressed. He was at a disadvantage. He was like a willow branch in the wind and rain. But no matter how he attacked, he couldn't defeat him. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. The astral power outside his body was dimming. Fei Jin clenched his teeth. He felt more and more powerless. Damn it. If this goes on, I might lose again. Fei Jin's face darkened. Thinking of this possibility, Fei Jin felt a chill down his spine. The great consumption of energy made him understand the predicament in front of him. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be for him. I'll give it a try. I can't go on like this. Fei Jin clenched his teeth. The spear in his right hand roared. After pushing Lin Feng away, Fei Jin unleashed all his astral power. The originally dim indigo light became brighter again. At this time, light gathered at his right elbow. His right arm suddenly expanded. Fei Jin suddenly shouted, "Triple spear." His soul technique was finally revealed. Fei Jin couldn't hide any more power. He only wanted to win. Seems like he's staking all. Lin Feng's expression was calm. The continuous battle didn't consume him at all. It seemed dangerous, but everything was under control. His clothes were torn in many places. His body was covered in wounds. But the amazing recovery power of the phoenix blood had already healed his wounds. Come on then. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The nightmare demon spear in his right hand landed on his left hand. In an instant, Lin Feng's left hand moved. A faint red light flashed. The mutated Qilin fire puppet was about to unleash its power, but Lin Feng controlled it. With sparkling eyes, Lin Feng suddenly roared. His astral power was instantly activated. The red light exploded. Lin Feng's body suddenly expanded. Dense red light leaked out. In an instant, whoosh, whoosh, 2 lights flashed with a strong whistling sound, blooming with bright light. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. It was as if the heavenly thunder had stirred up the earth's fire, as if 2 meteorites had collided. Fierce winds howled, and the explosion of energy was shocking. Ji Xia looked at the billowing smoke and was shocked. Plop, plop. The sound of blood dripping was clear. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing 2 figures that were clearly visible to the eyes. Lin Feng covered his chest with his hand. There was a glaring wound. Blood kept dripping. His flesh was badly mangled. But Lin Feng was expressionless. Fei Jin stood facing him. There was still blood on the tip of the spear. More importantly, there was no wound on Fei Jin's body. He was perfectly fine. However, Fei Jin's face was lifeless. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Looking at the two, Ji Xia's eyes flashed with confusion. In the end, who won? Chapter 559. Senior is indeed powerful. Junior admits defeat. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Clang! The nightmare devil spear was sheathed again. Slightly bowing, Lin Feng looked at the sky and lightly jumped to Ji Xia's side. After years of fighting, his mental state was already transparent. The moment Ji Xia arrived, he knew. Let's go, brother Ji. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Without waiting for Ji Xia's reply, Lin Feng sped away. Oh, okay. Ji Xia was a little confused. He nodded and prepared to leave with Lin Feng. His gaze inadvertently glanced at Fei Jin. He saw that his face was pale and his expression was still a little dazed. His eyes were blurred as if he couldn't understand something. Pursing his lips, Ji Xia turned his head. Lin Feng's figure was gradually disappearing. Letting out a light breath, Ji Xia immediately followed after him. Fei Jin was still immersed in his own world. He didn't notice that the two had left. His mind replayed the last spear in slow motion. His triple spear turned into 3 shadows. It was as if 3 nightmare spears attacked at the same time. The power was stacked, and each layer was stronger than the last. Lin Feng's nightmare devil spear wasn't inferior. In terms of spear technique and spear intent, he was indeed better than Lin Feng. But in the end, a shocking flame suddenly appeared, causing Lin Feng's attack power to greatly increase. 2 of his triple spear were instantly broken. Just as Fei Jin was shocked and thought that the 3rd spear would be swallowed by the flame. Inexplicably, the flame disappeared. Then, the nightmare devil spear pierced through Lin Feng's chest. I won. Did I win? But why don't I feel like I won it all? Fei Jin held the nightmare devil spear tightly. His body was trembling, and his eyes were constantly changing. He had never won so inexplicably. Whoosh! A light shadow appeared. Coming out of the nightmare devil spear cliff, Lin Feng's indifferent eyes flashed with a bright light. At this time, the light that covered the nightmare devil spear cliff had become solid, like a barrier that blocked him. I have to wait for 10 more days. What a pity. In the end, I still couldn't comprehend it. Lin Feng shook his head and glanced at his chest. At this moment, the glaring wound had already stopped bleeding and was almost completely healed. This minor injury was nothing to him. It could not even be considered a wound. Extending his left hand, Lin Feng looked at the Qilin Fire Centipede. After the mutation, the Qilin Fire Centipede was, in fact, a Swanee shadow. Its power was quite strong. I didn't expect it to have the ability to protect itself. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he smiled helplessly. Just now, he had wanted to lose, but he did not expect the Taowu's shadow to suddenly activate. Fortunately, he had controlled it quickly. Otherwise, Fei Jin would have been the one injured. If I steal his biscuit spear rock, how can I steal it in the future? Lin Feng revealed a sly smile. Originally, he really did want to snatch the swallow spear cliff. The swallow spear art engraved on the cliff made him yearn for it so much that he wanted to take a closer look. However, there was no rush. The mystic spear rock had been there for tens of thousands of years. It could not escape. It was only a matter of time before he took it over. It won't be too late to snatch the biscuit spear rock after I master the 6th level. Fei Jin is such a good teacher. If I miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and looked at the solidified light shield. Suddenly, it was as if a light shadow was squeezed out. It was indeed Ji Xia. You left so quickly, Brother Lin, Ji Xia said softly. He glanced at Lin Feng's chest and was surprised. You're wound. It's healed. Lin Feng replied casually. So quickly? Ji Xia asked suspiciously. He felt strange. Just now, he clearly saw Lin Feng bleeding profusely. The wound was extremely deep. But now, it was as if nothing had happened. Could it be that I saw wrongly? Maybe it's because he bled so much that he looks more terrifying. Jixia thought to himself. However, he did not dwell on this question for too long, because he had a more important question to ask Lin Feng. Brother Lin, I have something to ask you. Jixia's eyes lit up. Lin Feng looked at Jixia. In his heart, he vaguely understood something. The onlooker sees more clearly. Just now you lost on purpose? Jixia asked slowly. Although this question made him feel strange, from the situation of the battle and the changes in their expressions, he had an inexplicable feeling. It would be better if he didn't ask. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Feng hesitate, Jixia was even more convinced. He stared at Lin Feng. If you treat me as a friend, I hope you can tell me the truth. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Jixia. Their eyes met. Yes, I lost on purpose. Lin Feng nodded. It was no big deal to tell Jixia this kind of thing. Jixia's expression changed. Intuition was one thing, but hearing it from Lin Feng's own mouth was another. He could not imagine how Lin Feng could become so strong in just half a year. Jixia opened his mouth, but hesitated. He did not know whether he should ask or not. It's actually very simple. Seeing Jixia's hesitant expression, Lin Feng replied indifferently. I can learn a lot from fighting with Fei Jin. For now, it's more helpful to me than the biscuit spear rock. So you lost on purpose? Jixia was a little surprised. Yes, Lin Feng said. 10 days later, I will go and ask for advice again. Jixia was a little speechless. He did not know what to say for a moment. If Fei Spear King heard this, he would be furious. He dared to ask Lin Feng to treat him as a sparring partner. Fei Spear King was one of the top 100 experts of the 9th area. Lin Feng, are you sure you can win against Fei Spear King? Jixia frowned. Looking at Jixia, Lin Feng hesitated. He naturally knew why Jixia asked this question. After all, Jixia had just admitted that his strength was about the same as Fei Jin's. If he answered yes, it meant Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Looking at Jixia, Lin Feng nodded. He did not want to lie to Jixia. Jixia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Half a year ago, he did not care too much about losing to Lin Feng because he was not in his peak condition that day. Jixia always thought that his strength was better than Lin Feng. But now, raising his head, Jixia looked at Lin Feng. His eyes flashed with determination. Do you still remember the agreement from half a year ago, Lin Feng? Lin Feng nodded. How could I forget? The battle with Jixia that day was unforgettable. A young expert who was on par with him. Jixia clenched his fist and said seriously, I want to have a real battle with you and use all your strength. From Jixia's eyes, Lin Feng saw the determination. A strong expert's persistence. His eyes were almost the same as his. This was Jixia's pride. I promise you. Lin Feng nodded. Great. Jixia clenched his right fist and smiled. You were injured. How about 5 days later? No need. Lin Feng flatly refused. Jixia was startled. There is no time like the present. Brother Ji, if you have time, how about now? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. I have been waiting for this battle with Brother Ji for half a year. Last time, he won with an unfair advantage. But this time, it was fair and square without any tricks. But Brother Lin, your injury? Jixia hesitated. He did not want to take advantage of Lin Feng. My injury? Lin Feng pointed to his chest and smiled faintly. Brother Ji, do I look like I am injured? Jixia's eyes lit up. He deeply felt Lin Feng's aura. It was like a soaring dragon with a monstrous, domineering aura. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. I am in my best condition now. A battle of reunion. A battle without any audience. They used to be very familiar with each other. But now, they were extremely unfamiliar. Intersect, Jixia's residence. Jixia stood there in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His right hand covered the wound on his left arm. Blood dripped down. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Jixia's mouth. The injury was not serious. It was just an external injury. But Jixia's heart suffered a strong blow. A crushing defeat. A defeat without any suspense. So powerful. Lin Feng has become so powerful. Ji Xia found it hard to believe. Half a year ago, Lin Feng was on par with him when he was heavily injured. In just half a year, he had been completely reborn. Phew. Ji Xia exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Ji Xia picked up the two swords on the ground. His eyes were filled with loneliness and self-mockery. I really overestimated myself. I can't even take one move from Lin Feng. This strength is almost close to Ji Xiao's. Hee hee. Ji Xiao's smile was somewhat bitter, but his expression was somewhat gratified. He was not a stingy person. He did not blame Lin Feng for mercilessly attacking him, because he knew that this was Lin Feng's respect for him. Looking up at the direction Lin Feng left, Ji Xia laughed inexplicably. This time, Lin Feng will probably scare everyone in the Yanling Supreme Residence. This is good. Our lineage has always been looked down upon. Now that Lin Feng is here, we can finally hold our heads high. Pa! Ji Xia held the two swords. His eyes flashed with determination and confidence. Failure was not scary. What was scary was facing failure. But Ji Xia's heart was strong enough. Lin Feng, next time, I will definitely not lose so badly. Ji Xia held the two swords tightly. His blue eyes sparkled. In the future, besides Ji Xiao and Lei Ba, I will have another target to chase after. Whoosh! In the outer sect of the 9th district, a figure was speeding. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He seemed to have won the battle with Ji Xia easily, but in fact it was not that easy. What a magical indigo light pupil. I almost fell for it. Brother Ji is too humble. With his strength, although he can't say that he can win against Fei Jin, he has at least an 80% chance of winning. But to me, the battle with Fei Jin is more beneficial. Lin Feng smiled. He was in a good mood. Joining the fierce Yin sect gave him more benefits than he imagined. Fortunately, I made a wise choice. I have to thank Senior Sima. It's all thanks to him. But for now, let's find a stable place to stay. Lin Feng curved the corners of his mouth in a faint smile as he flew across the sky above District 9. It seemed that there would be a period of peace. But who could say for sure? Chapter 560. Hey, Ming, did you see anything just now? A short-haired young man asked. Nope. The young man named Ming scratched his head and murmured, but there seems to be a strange wind. Did you see it, Xiaoya? I think I saw a light shadow. The girl named Xiaoya said hesitantly. Whoosh! The light shadow flashed by. Although it was only 50% of his speed, Lin Feng's strength was too terrifying. If Fei Jin saw it, he would be dumbfounded. Lin Feng's speed was much faster than when he was fighting with Fei Jin. And this was not Lin Feng's full strength. It's so dense. This Fiercian school is so big. Even the outer sanctum of the 9th district is so big. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Along the way, the outer sanctum of the 9th district was filled with light shields. There was no gap. As Ji Xia said, if he failed the challenge, he would have to settle down in a remote place where the spiritual qi was much thinner. However, it did not matter to him. It was just that. It's a bit far. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. The outer sanctum of the 9th district was not only vast, but also had a large number of martial artists. There were millions of them. Each of these millions of martial artists occupied a piece of land. The total area was so vast that it was boundless. It's a pity that I have to wait 10 days before I can challenge again. Well, I can use these 10 days to understand the feeling of the spear. Let's see if I can have a deeper understanding next time. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he nodded. He was not in a hurry. Since he was going to settle down in the fierce Yin school, he had a long-term plan. While cultivating, I will try to get more points in the Yinling Mansion and earn more money. With enough money, I will be able to light up the Woodlife Astrolabe and exchange it for points in the Yinling Mansion to go to the Great Yin continent. I will try to achieve my goal in 5 years. Lin Feng's eyes were bright and he was determined. His goal had never changed. Now that he had uncovered a part of his background, he was even more curious. What happened back then? This time, he had to go to the Suzuka continent and find the Lin clan to find out. The unknown future cannot be controlled. All I can do is do my best to increase my strength. At that time, I'll have even more power to fulfill my wish. Lin Feng clenched his fists. He understood. Like a whirlwind, he sped forward. As time went by, finally, he looked at the endless plain. There's finally an empty space. Lin Feng smiled calmly. Looking over, this huge plain was covered in green grass. Although it was flat as far as the eye could see, the scenery was not bad. Light barriers appeared one after another. They were sparse, but all of them were in a corporeal state. They all seemed to have failed their challenge, just like me. Lin Feng smiled, not minding it at all. He did not hesitate for long and quickly landed on the ground. Let's do it here. Lin Feng nodded. The surroundings were empty and there was no light barrier. Although the environment was ordinary, it was fine to make do with it for a while. Whoosh! White light flashed. Lin Feng looked at the metal token in his hand. The light barrier completely covered him, creating a natural barrier. It's indeed corporeal. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He had just challenged Fei Jin, so this token naturally had a cool-down period of 10 days. 10 days. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he thought. Although the absorption of star stones was more efficient, it was more important to comprehend the spear now. Bang! The nightmare demon spear was unsheathed, shining brightly. Holding it with one hand, Lin Feng had a different feeling. His eyes flashed. It seems a little different. It was a feeling that he did not have before, but it was ethereal. Actual combat is indeed the best way to improve my strength. The sixth realm of spear arts. I will definitely master it. Lin Feng looked determined. He held the spear parallel to the ground and closed his eyes. Spear stake. The foundation of spear arts. Returning to the origin, cutting off all senses around. Between heaven and earth, there was only one man and one spear. There was nothing else. Fierce Yin sect, intersect. Number 575-5508. Han Lu looked at the information in his hand and frowned. Yes, master. Bien Ryu stood quietly. Her figure looked extremely ghostly, and a scornful smile appeared on her face. I have confirmed that Lin Feng has indeed failed the challenge. I thought he was very powerful. Han Lu shook his head coldly. This old man's Sima's standards for choosing disciples are really unconventional. How can he be compared to you, master? Jie. Bien Ryu smiled charmingly. Not to mention the protector level. Many sect masters have stronger lineages than him. However, this old man Sima is really good at refining weapons. He has a strong network in Fierce Yin sect, so everyone give him face. What's the use? Han Lu said disdainfully. For a warrior, strength and influence are the most important. You're right, master. Bien Ryu quickly flattered. Han Lu raised his head proudly, and a cold light flashed in his eagle-like eyes. Go, teach that little bastard a lesson, and also give old man Sima a show of strength. I want them to know the consequences of offending me. Han Lu. Pa! The steel ball in his hand was crushed in an instant, and Han Lu's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Bien Ryu's eyes lit up, and the corner of her mouth raised coldly. Do you want to break his arm? One arm? Not enough. Han Lu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Add another pair of arms for me. Yes, master. Number 575-5508. Sima, she was startled. Yes, master. Brother Lin's first challenge. Jixia hesitated and smiled bitterly. He failed. Sima, she's expression was solemn. We have to wait for another 10 days. Shaking his head, Sima, she stood up and said seriously, No, this will delay him too much. I'll go find a sect master. To Sima Shi, perhaps Lin Feng wasn't his disciple, but since he brought Lin Feng into the Fierce Yin school, he had the responsibility and obligation to take care of him. Master, there's no need. Ji Xia said. Brother Lin has his own ideas. HM? Sima, she looked at Ji Xia in confusion. Ji Xia paused and said to Sima, To be honest, master, Brother Lin challenged Fei, Spear King of the 100 territories of the 9th District. Sima, Shi's eyes deepened. Fei Jin? Ji Xia nodded. This Lin Feng is really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tiger. Sima, she suddenly understood and shook his head helplessly. This Fey Spear King's strength is probably on par with yours, Xia. No wonder Lin Feng failed. He was too reckless. Wait. Sima, she was stunned and looked at Ji Xia. Xia, didn't you remind Lin Feng? I did. Ji Xia bit her lips and looked at Sima Shi. She said seriously, Master, actually, Brother Lin didn't lose to Fey Spear King. What do you mean? Sima, she didn't understand. Ji Xia shook her head. I don't know the reason either, but Brother Lin must have purposely lost to Fey Spear King. He admitted it himself. Sima, she was stunned and then smiled. This Lin Feng is really childish. It's fine if he lost. Losing to Fey Spear King isn't something shameful. No, it's true, Master. Ji Xia's face was serious. He gazed at Sima Shi and said, I watched the fight between Lin Feng and Fey Spear King from the beginning to the end. Lin Feng didn't even use half of his power. Impossible. Sima Shi frowned. He knew Fei Jin's strength very well. It's true, Master. Ji Xia smiled bitterly. Didn't you say that Fey Spear King and I were about the same? After that, I had a real fight with Lin Feng. You lost. Sima Shi's eyes deepened. Ji Xia nodded. Sima Shi frowned. Even so, it can't prove one move. Ji Xia's eyes flickered and she sighed softly. In the first fight, Lin Feng defeated me with only one move. The memory of that battle was still fresh in Ji Xia's mind. The 9 dragons soared, filled with terrifying power, as if they were going to tear him to pieces. Her indigo light pupils were completely broken. Lin Feng's strength, he was already far ahead of her. Lin Feng, he defeated you with one move. Sima, she opened his eyes wide and was stunned. This news was too shocking for Sima Shi. The genius selection competition that was held once every 5 years had come to an end. Some people were happy, while others were sad. There were only 100 spots in the inner sect, and the competition was extremely intense, causing people to break their heads. 1 in 10,000. I didn't expect that the first place of this competition would be a girl. 'Tis TSK, and a great beauty. Shui Linglong, just like her name, a lotus flower emerging from the water, exquisite and translucent. A well-dressed young man was in high spirits, and his eyes revealed an infatuated expression. She's too beautiful. If I can marry her, even if I have to live 100 years, it will be worth it. Haha, stop dreaming. With your strength, she can kill you with one move. A burly young man sneered. What did you say, you short winter melon? The well-dressed young man glared at him. I said you're daydreaming, second-generation ancestor. The young man didn't give in. Okay, stop arguing. District 9 was bustling with noise and excitement. Especially the outer sect disciples, they were flourishing. Except for a few young talents who didn't want to join the outer sect. The remaining 2 million newcomers all rushed into District 9. There were only 2 words to describe it. It was bustling. There were endless challenges, and the newcomers formed cliques and camps, trying to rope in each other. The competition for the spiritual chi area was even more intense. Indeed, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The area where Lin Feng was had long been occupied by newcomers one after another. Originally, he was at the end of District 9's outer sect, but now he was at the middle and back. However, all of this didn't matter to Lin Feng. It didn't matter how chaotic District 9's outer sect was. Lin Feng was completely immersed in his own world. Holding the spear with one hand, the nightmare demon spear was parallel to the ground and 90 degrees from his body. Spear stake. For a full 10 days. Lin Feng didn't move at all. It was as if he had become a statue. But, in reality, Lin Feng was deeply comprehending the spear and comprehending the deeper level of concept. The battle that day replayed scene by scene. Lin Feng used all his spirit to comprehend the concept of Fei Jin's spear art, comprehending every move, every detail. He entered a wonderful state, as if he understood something, but he couldn't grasp it. Until, boss, 10 days are up. Wing's voice sounded in his heart. Ha! Lin Feng opened his eyes. Sparkling light. Chapter 561. 10 days was short, especially for enlightened spear. Lin Feng didn't know how much time he spent in the cultivation space. But this time, it was slightly different. Compared to the return to Origin Realm that he couldn't find, the sixth realm of spear art was in front of Lin Feng this time. Learning and understanding. Compared to 10 days ago, my understanding is deeper, but I still can't grasp that feeling. It's too ethereal. I hope I can gain something from the battle with Fei Jin this time. Clang. The nightmare spear was sheathed. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. Whoosh. Lin Feng's figure landed in the air. Looking at the dense group of light shields that filled the originally empty plain, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. When he came 10 days ago, there were clearly no people here, but now whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light shuttled back and forth as warriors came and went. It was very lively. Basically, they were all young men around his age. There were also many young men and young women and even children. They should be the newcomers of the genius election. Like me, they entered the outer sect of the 9th District 10 days ago. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he instantly understood. The 100 districts of Li Yin's sect were in a cycle every year. This year, all the newcomers were in the 9th District, and next year, they would be in the 10th District. The number of people is increasing rapidly. The 9th District has become lively. They can't wait to go to the Central District of the 9th District. Looking at the crowd, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. Every district had a Central District located in the center of the district. Although it was a small Central District in terms of size, it was comparable to a mini green smoke city. The Central District had everything. It was the gathering place of the outer sect disciples of the 9th District. Occasionally, inner sect disciples would also enter. In addition to all kinds of goods, there were all kinds of cultivation places and battle arenas, etc. Of course, these were all based on the premise of fighting spirit coins. The Central District would also give out missions. One could read all kinds of secret manuals and even find videos of various experts fighting. And these were related to the status of the warriors in Li Yin's sect. Outer sect candidate disciple. Lin Feng shook his head. His position in Li Yin's sect could be considered to be at the bottom. Of the millions of disciples who joined Fierce Yin School this year, most of them had a higher status than him. However, was that important? 35 of the 9 districts' 100 domains have been challenged. The ignorant are truly fearless. A young man in luxurious clothes said with disdain, "Big brother, are the 100 territories of the outer sect really that powerful?" The one who spoke was a short youth who was similarly dressed in luxurious clothing. That goes without saying. The finely dressed youth said proudly, "Those in the 100 territories are all super experts. Their strength is already comparable to inner sect martial artists, but due to various reasons, they are unable to advance to the inner sect. You just have to imagine them as existences that are stronger than this year's champion, Shui Linglong." Wow, is it really that powerful? The short young man's eyes widened in shock. Of course, the finely dressed young man stopped mid-sentence. With a stunned expression, the luxuriously dressed youth stared blankly ahead. "What's wrong, big brother?" The short youth asked. Just now, there seemed to be a person flying past. The luxuriously dressed young man finally reacted. "Impossible, right? Why didn't I see it?" The short youth had a strange expression. "Big brother, you are a Star C level expert. If it's true." The two looked at each other and saw the shock and horror in each other's eyes. This 9 districts outer sect is truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The finely dressed youth sighed. The 100 territories. They were the 9 districts outer sect's top 100. They were not ranked according to position, but according to their uniqueness and importance. For example, the Biscuit Spear Cliff was number 12. It represented the 9 districts outer sect's value and was ranked 12th. It was a comprehensive ranking of value. If it was just for spear martial artists, the Biscuit Spear Cliff would definitely be ranked first. Look, that's number 3, Kwang Kongshan. That's number 29, Soaring Cliff. A finely dressed man was currently introducing the other martial artists with his saliva flying everywhere. The surrounding newcomers all had expressions of shock and reverence as they listened attentively. Such scenes could be seen everywhere. With more than 2 million newcomers joining, the 9-district Central District was especially lively. Many old foxes saw business opportunities and provided all kinds of services, including touring the 9 districts' outer sect and introducing the famous experts of the 100 territories in the 9 districts' outer sect. There were all kinds of envious gazes and expressions of worship. The majority of these newcomers were at the Star River level, and there were many at the Star Sea level. However, compared to the experts of the 100 territories, the difference was not small. At this moment, light flickered. Lin Feng's appearance attracted everyone's attention. There were very few martial artists who entered this district alone. Lin Feng calmly floated in the air. He looked around at the crowd and frowned slightly. There were thousands of people here. It was completely different from the first time he came here. There was about half an hour left before the 10-day cool-down period. Lin Feng pondered and slowly closed his eyes, ignoring everyone's gazes. Arriving a little early was better than being prepared. Who is this youth? What's he doing here? He looks so silly. Who knows? The crowd whispered to each other. When they saw that Lin Feng did not move, they ignored him. These days, there were all kinds of people. Cough, cough. The brocade-robed man coughed twice, and everyone immediately focused their attention back on him. The brocade-robed man sternly said, "Although the challenge is not life-threatening, the degree of danger is still extremely high, especially for some ruthless and merciless cultivators. To those who dare to challenge them, they will kill one as a warning to others. Breaking limbs is the most common." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with shock. The brocade-robed man's eyes focused, especially for the experts of the 100 territories. They are not something you can challenge. Remember, do not try to be a hero and provoke those old monsters. As soon as he finished, instantly, like a sharp arrow, Lin Feng moved. The light barrier of the Python Spear Rock had just blurred when Lin Feng fell down like a meteor, disappearing in midair. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. He went in, a girl with a braid said in shock. That should be number 12 Python Spear Rock. A youth's eyes flashed. The brocade-robed man's mouth twitched. His face was very awkward. Moving forward, Lin Feng never cared about other people's gazes. So what if there are more than 2 million new people in the 9th district? What did it have to do with him? Cultivation was not about competing with others, but with oneself. Fei Jin, I'm here again. Lin Feng's mouth curved indifferently. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a clear light. His fighting spirit suddenly burst out as he shot forward. He's here again. Fei Jin opened his eyes. They were bright and full of spirit. Holding the python spear, Fei Jin's expression became very serious. He was no longer as relaxed as before. Lin Feng had waited for 10 whole days, and so had he. 10 days ago, he won the battle in a strange way. This time, he was going to win cleanly. My python spear is definitely better than yours. Fei Jin's right hand shook. The python spear in his hand hummed. It seemed to have a soul, and it completely merged with his right hand. It was a state more profound than the unity of man and spear. Senior. Lin Feng cupped his hands and greeted. I've been waiting for you for a long time, little guy. Fei Jin's eyes were sharp. Me too. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. In an instant, the python spear was unsheathed. It was like a dragon soaring into the sky. Its aura was shocking. Their eyes met. It was a match for each other. The corners of Fei Jin's mouth curled up as well. He had long recognized Lin Feng. Bang! Their auras bloomed. 2 silhouettes dashed forward like lightning, striking the earth. The Nightmare Demon's spear clashed against the Jiang spear. The spear will suddenly exploded. Fight again. 15 minutes later. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lin Feng nodded. His left arm was bleeding profusely, and his palm was fractured. His clothes were torn. Lin Feng seemed to have gone through an unusually cruel battle. His entire body was covered in injuries. On the other hand, Fei Jin was as good as new. However, holding the python spear, Fei Jin was still frowning. Junior will come again in 10 days. A weak smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as she bowed her head and said sincerely, perhaps Fei Jin's strength was not as good as his, but his understanding of the spear was higher than his by a level. Just this point alone was enough to make him respect him. Moreover, from the 2 battles, this Fei Gun King was a straightforward and upright person. Whoosh! Lin Feng immediately flew up. Compared to 10 days ago, Lin Feng's eyes shone brighter this time. The harvest is quite bountiful. The 10 days of spear comprehension is indeed useful. I already have a subtle feeling. Lin Feng clenched his fists. His heart was filled with excitement. Lin Feng passed through the sea spear rock in the blink of an eye. All the gazes around him were filled with doubt, shock, and ridicule. However, Lin Feng completely ignored them. He was just like a shooting star as he disappeared from this area in an instant. Look, this is the price of overestimating your strength. The brocade-robed man had a disdainful expression. Remember, don't provoke those old monsters from the 100 territories. Even the inner court experts have to avoid them sometimes. This kid is quite lucky to have met Fei Spear King. If it were other old monsters, the brocade-robed man sneered. Serve him right. How strong does he think he is? That is to say, he is lucky to have come out alive. He really likes to be a hero. He should look at his own strength. Everyone mocked him one after another. But in reality, they were jealous, because they did not even have the courage to challenge him. In the Python Spear Cliff. Did I win? Did I really win? Fei Jin held the Python spear with a puzzled expression. The battle just now was almost the same as 10 days ago. He had used all his strength to barely defeat Lin Feng. However, he felt that something was wrong. Maybe it's because I haven't fought for a long time. I have forgotten how it feels to win. Fei Jin shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on it. Fei Jin let out a long breath. No matter what, I finally won. Fei Jin's eyes narrowed. Next time, I will definitely win cleanly. Definitely. 2 more chapters. Chapter 562. Another newcomer challenged the 100 territories. The news quickly spread in the central area of the 9th district and became a joke. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. How many of the 2 million newcomers could be remembered? Moreover, Lin Feng was not the only one who had done stupid things. The 100 territories had been challenged a total of 35 times. Newcomers had the arrogance of a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. Moreover, many newcomers were not inferior to the 100 geniuses who had entered the inner sect. It was just that they did not perform well in the preliminaries or met a particularly strong opponent in advance. That was why they lost the qualifications to advance. Have you heard? Shui Linglong took the initiative to enter the outer sect. Huh, Xiao Chong, isn't your information a little too outdated? This news came out 3 days ago. That's right. Shui Linglong won the first challenge. She is number 997. Really? She is so powerful? The number represented the district. Perhaps the martial artist's true strength was not necessarily equivalent to the number, but the difference would not be too big. Wow, she is so proud of us newcomers. Shui Linglong should be the first newcomer to get a 3-digit number, right? Idiot, didn't you see the ranking? The first to get a 3-digit number is Meng Hua, number 999. It can't be. Why are all these intersect experts here? The central area of the 9th district was bustling with noise and excitement. In fact, what happened in the 9th district every day was not a secret here. The ranking list listed all the martial artists' numbers, no matter if it was number 1 to 100 or number 6 to 7 million. Not a single one was left out. In addition to the original martial artists of the 9th district and the 2 million newcomers, the number of numbers was close to 8 million. It was enough to show the intensity of the competition. Not to mention getting a 3-digit number. Even getting a 4-digit number was not easy. In fact, the 9th district's outer sect newcomer had the best results, and his number was far beyond the 5 digits. As for Lin Feng, no one paid attention to him at the middle and back of the list. After returning to the 575-5508 district, Lin Feng continued to cultivate. Holding the spear with one hand, he carefully sensed every detail and key point of the battle with Fei Jin. Comparing the spear's intense manifestation with his own, Lin Feng continued to comprehend. The seed in his heart slowly sprouted. Compared to 10 days ago, Lin Feng's comprehension had improved tremendously. However, it would take more than 2 or 3 days for him to reach a new realm in his spear arts. This was a very long process. What is it? What is it? Lin Feng's eyes were blurred as he gently waved the nightmare devil spear. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was gentle, and sometimes it was fierce, as if it was testing something. He already had the feeling, but it was just a feeling. However, it was not easy to catch them. Day after day passed. Lin Feng's world was dry and simple, stubborn and stubborn. Lin Feng was obsessed with comprehending the realm of the spear, and there were only 2 paths he could take. The first was to completely comprehend it, and the second was to continue comprehending it. 10 days. Another 10 days. During this period of time, Lin Feng went to steal another time without any hindrance. However, there was still a thick barrier before he could reach the 6th realm of the spear arts. Ji Xia and Qianqian had come, but when they saw Lin Feng cultivating, they did not disturb him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had been in Fierce Yan's sect for a month. In this month, it seemed that his strength did not improve, but my understanding of the spear has deepened. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. Although I have not comprehended the 6th realm of the spear arts, the power of the spear arts has increased significantly. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. No one would complain about increasing their strength. Yesterday, Senior Fei seemed to be a little suspicious. Lin Feng smiled faintly. When he thought of Fei Jin's suspicious gaze, he found it funny. But so what? In a battle between martial artists, it was not easy to win, but it was easy to lose. Senior Fei's spear arts are really powerful. It is not inferior to my 9-dragon spear art. It should be part of the dragon-style spear art left behind by Nightmare Spear Yin. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he pondered. Suddenly, wait. Lin Feng's face froze. If I can't imitate the concept, why don't I imitate the spear moves? Senior Fei's spear moves are driven by the 6th concept of the spear arts. If I can imitate his spear moves 100%, maybe I can feel a different 6th concept. Yes, that's it. Lin Feng was excited and did as he thought. The nightmare demon spear in his hand shook slightly, as if it felt its master's fighting spirit. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng's mind flashed with the scenes of his battle with Fei Jin. 4 times. He had fought with Fei Jin 4 times. He was well aware of all of his moves. Let's begin. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. Fierce Yin sect, intersect. Haha, this Lin Feng is really a spear maniac. Sima Xian stroked his beard and laughed. Brother Lin's comprehension is amazing. He can actually comprehend the concept of the spear arts from the battle with Fei Spear King. Ji Xia sighed. Of course, Lindigo is the best. Qin Shanqian was full of pride when he mentioned his sweetheart. But Sima Xian paused. It's not easy to get started with intermediate spear unity. The spear is easy to learn but hard to master. It takes longer than the sword and saber. The comprehension of weapons is one aspect, but the more important aspect is familiarity with the weapon. With Lin Feng's age, even if his comprehension is strong, it will take him 3 to 5 years. Qin Shanqian covered his mouth in surprise. Then won't Lin De waste a lot of time? No. Ji Xia's eyes brightened. In my opinion, Brother Lin will definitely comprehend it within 3 months. Sima Xian and Qin Shanqian's eyes lit up. Why do you say that? For the past month, I have been looking for Brother Lin every 10 days. His spear art concept has improved significantly. Ji Xia said seriously. Although I have yet to reach intermediate spear unity, I have seen pigs run even if I haven't eaten pork. I have such a feeling. Yes, I also believe that Lin De will be able to comprehend it soon. Qin Shanqian had the same faith in Lin Feng. Sima Xian nodded slightly. If that's the case, this year's Goose Feather Imperial Residence will be interesting. 9th District's Outer Sect Central Region. Extra, extra. Shui Linglong won again. She is now number 277. Too powerful. Sister Bai is truly invincible. She won all 3 challenges. That's right. She is much stronger than Ferocious Flame and Young Master Hua. Ferocious Flame stopped at number 578, while Young Master Hua stopped at number 890. They both failed the 3rd challenge. The rookies were all cheering happily. The stronger Shui Linglong was, the more excited they felt. After all, they came from the same batch of genius elections. They naturally felt a sense of belonging and had a lot of faith. Ever since Shui Linglong took the lead, many of the inner sect's geniuses had been promoted to the outer sect. They constantly challenged and tempered their strength and skills. However, there were only a few who managed to successfully obtain a 3-digit number, and the only one who managed to obtain such a number was Shui Linglong. Lin Feng was still at number 575-5508. He was unknown. However, in the central region, there was a person who was called Fool that was gradually becoming famous. Every 10 days, this fool would challenge number 12. Spear Rock. Chi. Like thunder and lightning, light and electricity clashed. The aura was astonishing. There was a deep domineering aura. The spear was fast and ruthless. It was a fatal strike. Boom! The spear aura seemed to explode. In just 7 days, Lin Feng perfectly imitated Fei Jin's spear art. There is a subtle feeling. However, I'm still unable to comprehend the concept of spear art. However, this is the right path. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He firmly believed in it. The decision he made couldn't be wrong. Although it took me a long time and wasted 7 days, it was worth it. Lin Feng smiled. In 7 days, he had mastered more than half of Fei Jin's 1,000-year spear art. However, Lin Feng still felt that he had spent too much time. If Fei Jin knew about this, he would probably vomit blood. Start practicing. There's still 3 days left. I have to master all the spear arts. Holding the Demon Jin spear with one hand, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. In his mind, every moment and detail of his fight with Fei Jin appeared. He started to imitate it. This was very important. If he could use Fei Jin's spear art to spar with him 3 days later, the difference between the 2 spear arts would be very obvious. It would be very useful for him to comprehend the realm of the spear art. 3 days later, outside Spear Rock, there was a huge crowd. The name Fool had slowly spread. Everyone was very interested in this fool. Tens of thousands of cultivators gathered. They just wanted to see Fool's true face. It's almost time. That fool won't be afraid of losing and won't come, right? Che, he will definitely come. Why don't we bet? Boring. While everyone was chatting, suddenly, he's coming, someone shouted. Everyone's eyes lit up. A figure flickered in the distance. Lin Feng was like an arrow piercing through the clouds. He arrived in an instant. Ta! Lin Feng landed. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise as he scanned his surroundings. There were a lot of cultivators around. It was something that he had never encountered in the past few times he had been here. Since he had never been to the central region, Lin Feng naturally didn't know that he was quite famous now. Of course, it was a negative reputation. So he's that fool. Che, with his appearance, he wants to win against Spear King Fei? He must be daydreaming. Everyone was discussing. Most of them were seeing Lin Feng for the first time. They couldn't feel much of an expert's aura from Lin Feng. It was no wonder that they thought so. Moreover, Lin Feng was really just an outer disciple candidate. I seem to have become the target of public criticism. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Feeling thousands of eyes on him and hearing the whispers of the crowd, Lin Feng already knew what had happened. However, knowing was one thing, and doing something about it was another. Let them be. Lin Feng closed his eyes gently. He didn't care. He would never change anything because of these meaningless people's gossip. Not far away, a man and a woman stood side by side. The man was gentle and elegant. The woman was as beautiful as a painting. They were like a pair of immortals. Is he the Lin Feng you've been talking about? The beautiful woman's breath was like orchids, gentle and graceful. I didn't expect it to be him. The man's eyes sparkled. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 563. The woman's beauty was as smooth as water. Her exquisite figure made people's imaginations run wild. However, the faint smile on her face gave people a sense of pressure. She had a superior temperament. Shui Linglong, the dream lover of all the newcomers. Her strength and family background were all top-notch. Not only was she the champion of this year's genius election, but she was also named as one of the top 10 beauties of Fierce Yin sect. She was as famous as Qin Xianqian, Qin Huai, and Ji Jing. She was as exquisite as water. As for the white-robed young man, he was gentle and refined, with a faint scholarly demeanor. He was ranked 10th in the genius election. He was unknown in the first month, but he shocked the world yesterday. He won the challenge. Number 303. He was second only to Shui Linglong. Bai, an enigmatic young man. However, he had met Lin Feng once. He is stronger than I thought. Shui Linglong smiled faintly. Her expression was calm. His strength should be stronger than both of us, but he muttered softly as he recalled the scene that day. Lin Feng dared to intervene in the ancient which battled alone and stood there unscathed. His strength was already unimaginable. Huh? Shui Linglong smiled. Is that so? Shui Linglong's expression was calm. It was obvious that she did not believe Bai Yi's words. If Lin Feng was really so strong, how could he not be selected in this genius selection? Bai Yi understood what Shui Linglong meant. Looking at Lin Feng's back, Bai Yi had countless questions in his heart that he could not answer. However, Bai Yi witnessed the ancient which battle that day. Although he only saw a part of it, Lin Feng's strength was indeed very shocking. He could kill star sea-level witches. And there was more than one. He must be hiding something, Bai Yi said. Perhaps it won't be long before he amazes everyone with a single feat. Bai Yi's eyes were burning as he stared at Lin Feng. He was very confident in Lin Feng's strength. Shui Linglong smiled faintly and did not say anything. She only believed in her own eyes. Time passed quickly. The 10-day cool-down period also began a countdown. The light barrier around the Yin Spear rock gradually turned from solid to illusory, while Lin Feng's closed eyes shone with a sharp light. Time's up. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Even though there were tens of thousands of eyes staring at him, he was still calm and natural. His mentality was excellent. Whoosh! Like an arrow piercing through the air, it flew at high speed. Lin Feng's speed was not fast, but his calculations were quite accurate. By the time he reached the Pyro Spear Rock, the 10-day cool-down period had just passed. It was as simple and ordinary as ever. But this time, however, there was one more person. Whoosh! A clear white light suddenly appeared, forming a 45-degree angle with Lin Feng. It arrived first, and its speed was actually twice as fast as Lin Feng's. It was as fast as lightning. What? Bai Yi was shocked. As if a gust of wind brushed past his ears, Shui Linglong, who was beside him, had already disappeared. *T. How could I have forgotten about her? Bai Yi's face turned bitter. Others might not know, but he was very clear about it. Shui Linglong was soft on the outside, but tough on the inside. She was very competitive. Most importantly, she did not want to admit defeat. Lin Feng frowned. How could he not notice such a big movement not far behind him? This time, entering the Pyro Spear Rock was no longer easy. Troublesome, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The most annoying thing was this kind of troublemaker. Moreover, it was a woman. Whoosh! Intense water elements fluctuated, and a huge water screen instantly condensed in front of Lin Feng. Shui Linglong instantly passed by Lin Feng. Her beautiful face emitted a faint watery light, as if she was sacred and inviolable. Her hands formed a square shape, and instantly, a huge water cube was condensed behind the water screen. One hand followed by the other hand. Shui Linglong's speed was extremely fast. This was the strength of the champion of the genius selection competition. And it was only a small part of her strength. Wow, it's Shui Linglong. Why did she stop that idiot? Who knows? Why do we care so much? Let's cheer for our goddess. The crowd was in an uproar. It was very lively. Along with Shui Linglong's appearance, the crowd outside the pyro spear rock started to boil. At this moment, Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast, and he could not avoid the water screen. In the blink of an eye, he would collide with it. Wind vortex. In an instant, Lin Feng's right knee shone. The condensed heaven and earth spirit chi made Lin Feng's swift figure look like a ghost. He did not slow down at all as he made a 90-degree turn to avoid the huge water screen. In an instant, he made another 90-degree turn and passed through the water screen. His speed was extremely fast, and it looked as if he was teleporting. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the waterfall. The crowd was in an uproar, and they exclaimed in surprise. However, in an instant, clamorous noises could be heard. Cowardly bandit, do you only know how to dodge? Shui Linglong, defeat this idiot. As for the battle between Lin Feng and Shui Linglong, it was almost one-sided. In their hearts, Shui Linglong was not only the goddess of their dreams, but also the representative of the newcomers. Naturally, they would support her unconditionally. Shui Linglong's eyes flickered. The trap that she had prepared for Lin Feng was broken without shedding a drop of blood. This made her stubbornness rise in her heart. Water cube, water dragon roar. Shui Linglong changed her moves quickly, and the water cube in her hand instantly exploded, rising into the sky. Almost at the same time, two lifelike water dragons condensed astonishing water elemental energy and rushed toward Lin Feng. They were even faster than Lin Feng's movement speed. Their speed was extremely fast, and they did not stop at all. It was as if they were a single move. Thorny. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. As someone who had experienced hundreds of battles, he knew his opponent's strength in an instant. She was stronger than Ji Xia, a water spirit master. Two water dragons attacked from behind, and a water cube fell from above like a demon subduing pagoda. However, this was not the end. Whale swallow, Shui Linglong shouted, and a huge water ball condensed, expanding to the limit in the blink of an eye. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing the power of a StarCraft-level celestial spirit master. Wave after wave of attacks, there was no room for him to breathe. Like the waves of the sea, each wave was stronger than the previous one, covering the sky and earth in all directions without any gaps. Dodging was death, and not dodging was also death. A good opponent. Unfortunately, now is not the time. Lin Feng's fighting spirit rose, and he had the impulse to compete with this expert that he had never seen before. However, right now, business was more important. Emperor Shun's Qi. 9 Dragon Spear Art. Lin Feng's reaction speed was extremely fast. The nightmare demon spear on his back came out of its sheath, shaking violently. There was no time to breathe, and he could not dodge, so he could only face it head-on. And this was his strength. Boom! Dragon roar sounded. In an instant, the shadow of Swanee appeared behind Lin Feng, and a scorching aura suddenly erupted. The appearance of the black fog was very effective against heavenly warriors, but the effect was minimal against heavenly gods because Shui Linglong's attack was completely launched from the spot. Hua! Just a gust of wind blew, and the power was already unparalleled. The 9 Jiao dragons gathered together like 9 dragons surrounding the moon. In an instant, they formed an extremely terrifying force. In an instant, the 2 water dragons were swallowed. As if breaking through the sky, it condensed into an extremely thick dragon, and the spear aura exploded. At this moment, the water cube fell from the sky. It was as if a cage was going to envelop Lin Feng and trap him. Once it succeeded, Lin Feng would probably lose the initiative, and the situation would become extremely dangerous. However, a flame ignited instantly. Although the power of the collision with the water cube was slightly inferior, the short amount of time was more than enough. Boom! Boom! The huge dragon and the whale-like water element collided. The power was extremely crazy, It was as if everything in the world was going to be destroyed by the aftermath. In terms of explosive power, Lin Feng seemed to be slightly inferior. At this moment, Shui Linglong's eyes were extremely bright, and the intense water element was released again. Like a whale opening its bloody mouth, it instantly swallowed the dragon. Great! Powerful! Victory is assured. Everyone's eyes were shining. Seeing Shui Linglong's power destroy Lin Feng's attack, everyone was excited. Seeing how powerful this fool was, everyone was inevitably jealous. They couldn't wait for him to be defeated, and the more miserable the better. Lin Feng was defeated? Shui Linglong smiled faintly, and her eyes were filled with pride. But in an instant, her smile froze. The violent airflow formed a violent wind pressure, and it actually blew Lin Feng's body backward. At this moment, the water cube fell, and it happened to block the whale swallow. The two forces instantly exploded. Boom! The whale swallow displayed its power again and swallowed the water cube. But in such a short time, the light shield of the biscuit spear rock had completely blurred, and at that moment, Lin Feng's body sank into it. He waved the metal token in his hand at Shui Linglong, and the latter's face immediately turned red. She was tricked by Lin Feng. Bang! The power of the whale swallow was fully released, but couldn't do anything to the light shield. The water element surged and spread everywhere. The airflow was chaotic, and the crazy attack in such a short time shocked everyone. Too powerful. Shui Linglong is indeed the number one. That fool is no match for her. His luck is really good, and he managed to escape this calamity. Everyone was talking, and they were all amazed by Lin Feng's good luck. Only a small number of cultivators had bright eyes. They had seen through the clues. Among them was Shui Linglong herself. Her face was red, but it made her look even more beautiful. Shui Linglong clearly saw that Lin Feng's faint smile when he waved the token at her, as if he was showing off. She seemed to have the upper hand in this battle. But from the beginning to the end, Lin Feng wasn't hurt at all. In the end, he even borrowed the power of the biscuit spear rock and entered it when its cooldown ended. Not even half a second later. As if it was precisely calculated. I'll let you go this time. Let's see if you can still be so lucky next time. Shui Linglong curled her lips, looking at the biscuit spear rock with a complicated expression. Her eyes changed slightly, and then she turned and left. Although she didn't want to admit it, but she had indeed lost this battle. Chapter 564. Outside the stone spear rock. As Shui Linglong left, Lin Feng entered the stone spear rock and the crowd dispersed. After witnessing Shui Linglong's strength, the fool's true face was no longer a secret. They had seen all the fun and had nothing to miss. As far as they were concerned, the one who would lose would be that idiot. Only a small number of martial artists remained. These people, including Bai Yi, had truly understood the battle between Lin Feng and Shui Linglong. I think Lin Feng is not weaker than Shui Linglong. Young Master Hua frowned as he held the feather fan in his hand. Bullsh asterisk T. Shui Linglong is definitely stronger than that weak little guy. Meng was scolded angrily. Really? Young Master Hua glanced at him. Then why are you staying? Meng's face turned green and his mouth was gagged. Bai looked at the crowd and shook his head. He was curious. Although Fei's Spear King was strong, he felt that Lin Feng was stronger. It doesn't make sense. Brother Lin, is Brother Lin hiding his strength? But if so, why is he staying? He thought in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out. His face became more solemn. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, two figures sped past. Everyone who was left behind was stunned. They saw the two silhouettes quickly enter the light barrier without any obstruction. They are. Bai was shocked. It's the chief blacksmith, Sima Shi, and one of the top 10 beauties, Qin Qianqian. Young Master Hua waved his feather fan as his eyes shone. Why are they here? Meng was confused. I don't know. Young Master Hua shook his head and his eyes brightened. Are they here to watch the battle? Why don't we go in too? They were all inner disciples and had the identity token of the inner sect. Naturally, they could enter and leave freely. They didn't want to annoy Fei's Spear King. This is not good. Meng Hua hesitated. "Tis coward." Young Master Hua turned to look at Bai Yi. "Brother Bai, what about you?" Bai Yi's eyes changed slightly, and he was also hesitating. After a long time, "Let's go." Bai Yi's eyes deepened as he rushed forward. If he didn't take a look at this battle, he wouldn't be able to answer the questions in his heart. "Lin Feng, what the hell is going on?" "All right." Young Master Hua was overjoyed and followed him. Meng Hua and the other inner sect disciples looked at each other when they saw the two of them enter. However, since they had already learned their lesson, they didn't have too many misgivings. In an instant, they followed one after another. "Sword Spear Rock. You're here." Fei Jin stood calmly in the wind. "Yes, Senior." Lin Feng nodded lightly. He willingly addressed Fei Jin as Senior. Fei Jin was a straightforward and upright person and was worthy of this title. Moreover, they had fought a total of 4 times, and both of them were obsessed with spear arts. Lin Feng had a good impression of Fei Jin. "I've been thinking about something for the past month." Fei Jin stared at Lin Feng, his eyes sparkling. "You didn't fight me just for the Python Spear Rock, did you?" Lin Feng's expression was calm. He had already expected this day to come. After all, Fei Jin wasn't a fool. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "So, you held back on purpose?" Fei Jin's eyes shot out a cold light. This was the biggest question in his heart. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He knew very well what Fei Jin was asking. To hold back or even lose on purpose in this kind of duel was disrespectful to the opponent. "Senior, please calm down." Lin Feng's expression was calm as he cupped his hands and said, since Fei Jin asked this question, it meant that he already had an answer in his heart. If he lied again, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. Rather than that, it was better to be honest. Junior has no other intentions. I just want to spar with Senior using the spear and not involve any other aspects. Lin Feng emphasized the word any. As his voice fell, Fei Jin's expression eased a little. As a martial artist obsessed with the spear, he agreed with Lin Feng's words. "Are you serious?" Fei Jin asked slowly. "Senior, what do you think?" Lin Feng smiled indifferently as he pulled out the Nightmare Demon Spear. He really did want to spar with Fei Jin using the spear. Fei Jin's eyes flashed as he nodded. He admired Lin Feng's love for the spear after 1,000 years of learning the spear. It was like meeting a friend in the spear. "I want to know your true strength." Fei Jin stared at Lin Feng and slowly said, if he didn't know, he could still make do. But since he knew that Lin Feng was hiding his strength, he couldn't ignore it. If he took advantage of a junior, where would he put his old face? This. Lin Feng frowned and hesitated. To be honest, he had fought with Fei Jin 4 times and was very clear about his strength. He was slightly inferior to Ji Xia, but Fei Jin should still have a trump card in his hand. His true strength should be similar to Ji Xia's. But even so, Fei Jin was far from being his opponent. "If you can defeat me, I will treat you as a friend." Fei Jin's eyes sparkled. In the world of martial artists, the strong were respected and had nothing to do with age. If Lin Feng really had the strength, he wouldn't mind becoming friends with Lin Feng. After 4 battles, Fei Jin clearly knew that Lin Feng was the same as him. They were both spear lovers. "Senior, you mean?" Lin Feng was overjoyed. "I can guide you in your spear techniques, or we can discuss it together." Fei Jin smiled indifferently and didn't use a high and mighty tone. Although he was indeed above Lin Feng in terms of spear techniques, after these 4 battles, Fei Jin still admired Lin Feng. After every battle, Lin Feng wasn't the only one who benefited. Fei Jin was also enlightened. "I couldn't ask for more." Lin Feng smiled valiantly. To be able to discuss spear techniques with Fei Jin was far more helpful than a battle. It was like practicing martial arts, but one was learning by himself while the other had a teacher to guide him. Not only could he learn faster, but he could also avoid going down the wrong path. "Good, straightforward." Fei Jin nodded in satisfaction. "Then be careful. This time I won't hold back." In Fei Jin's opinion, even if Lin Feng hid his strength, he could still defeat Lin Feng, because he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Suddenly, he didn't know. He had greatly underestimated Lin Feng. Fight! A surging aura surged. Fei Jin held the spear in his hand, his eyes sparkling. He gazed at Lin Feng, who was not far away, and the feeling in his heart grew heavier. It's completely different. Fei Jin's right hand tightened on the spear. The Lin Feng in front of him was like a giant lion that had awakened. His aura instantly climbed to the peak. It was extremely powerful. It's been a long time since I felt such pressure. Fei Jin's eyes shone brightly. His evaluation of Lin Feng changed instantly. The aura of solitude suddenly exploded. Astral power shot out and covered his entire body. At this moment, in Fei Jin's heart, the Lin Feng in front of him was no longer a junior. He was a true expert that could compete with him. All out. Lin Feng's eyes shone. He felt as if he had returned to the first day he entered Li Yin's sect, when he fought with Ji Xia. Emperor Shun's energy. The milky white energy wrapped around him, gathering the energy of heaven and earth. The shadow of the Swanee on his left hand shone brightly, and a dragon-like roar could be heard. The shadow of the Swanee appeared behind him. Surging flames instantly covered his entire left hand, and the power of his aura was unleashed. Red astral power erupted at this moment. Compared to Fei Jin's control of astral power, there was a huge difference. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had gathered all the power in his body. Wind vortex. Lin Feng's eyes glinted coldly as he sped forward. His body was already comparable to a level 9-star sea state. Now, with the amplification of astral power, it doubled. With the help of the black mist and the wind whirlpool, Lin Feng's speed was pushed to the limit, reaching an unbelievable speed. What? Fei Jin was shocked. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared, and the black mist shrouded him. Speedball. Fei Jin hurriedly used the white light ball. The intense white light counteracted the black mist's effect on his speed. However, in just a split second, Fei Jin's expression changed instantly. An extremely terrifying aura approached with extreme speed. The short distance was like teleportation. What kind of speed is this? Fei Jin was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he truly understood the huge gap between him and Lin Feng. His back was ice cold, and his hair stood on end. In front of him, flames seemed to ignite in the black mist, covering the sky and covering the earth. Fei Jin felt this power in his first battle. It broke the first 2 layers of his spear and then mysteriously disappeared. From the looks of it, it was obvious that Lin Feng had held back. No! Fei Jin gritted his teeth. As a martial artist, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would not give up. Even though he was like a trapped beast, he still wanted to fight. Boom! His right elbow glowed with the release of astral power. The soul technique that defeated Lin Feng in the first battle was used again. The indigo astral power seemed to be burning. The extreme power of the spear exploded. Fei Jin's veins bulged as he gathered all his power. Behind him, Pang Rant's energy bloomed. It was filled with shocking pressure. This was his final trump card. Spear art, first spear. Fei Jin roared with a fierce expression. The aura was shocking, as if it was going to swallow the sky. Extremely domineering. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Feeling Fei Jin's shocking spear intent, his heart was filled with excitement. Fei Jin had never used this move before. Whether it was the spear intent or the shape of the spear, they were both exquisite. Interesting. The nightmare demon spear in Lin Feng's hand vibrated. Perhaps with his current speed, he could easily dodge this attack. And Fei Jin, who had used all his strength, had no more power. But what was the meaning of this? I want to see how strong this move is. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The stronger the opponent, the stronger. Since Fei Jin wanted to fight head-on, then it was as he wished. 9 Flood Dragon Spear Art. Lin Feng suddenly shouted. Similarly, a shocking explosion of chi energy brought about a violent storm. Astral power accompanied the flames, and condensed into a milky white aura, increasing the power of the nightmare demon spear to a shocking level. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he used all his strength. If you want to fight, then let's fight. In the air, Sima Shi and Qin Xianqian had just arrived. The shocking turbulence shocked both of them. Looking at the earth-shattering collision between Fei Jin and Lin Feng, Sima, she took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with shock, and Qin Xianqian seemed to be suffocating as she covered her mouth. Boom! 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 565. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Heaven and earth shook, and the power of the battle affected the entire area. Sand and stones flew, and silence filled the air. Who won? Sima Shi and Qin Xianqian opened their eyes wide and held their breaths. When the dust dissipated, 2 figures stood facing each other, shocking everyone. He lost, Sima Shi muttered. Looking at the 2 of them, Qin Xianqian's worried face suddenly blossomed into an excited smile. Her Linda Gu won. Thank you. His voice was filled with vicissitudes and loneliness. Fei Jin's right shoulder was dripping with blood, and it was a heart-wrenching sight. However, he still held the spear tightly, and even though it was stained with blood, he did not let go of it. It was as if he and the spear were one. Thank you for letting me win, Senior. Lin Feng bowed his head slightly. Staring at Fei Jin, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Fei Jin's last spear was unforgettable. What a powerful spear. Lin Feng jumped up and down, and it was as if he was replaying the scene in his mind, repeating Fei Jin's spear. From his footsteps to the subtle changes in his right hand holding the spear, to his breathing when he attacked, to the pressure of the air, everything was clear. There was a deep domineering aura, as if it was going to swallow someone. His spear intent has reached such a level, it's really shocking. Lin Feng felt his heart tremble, but it was not fear, but excitement. An extremely powerful move. If not for his strength being greater than Fei Jin, he would have been the one to lose. I didn't let you win. Fei Jin smiled. Your strength is indeed more than 1 level higher than mine, and I accept my loss. Lin Feng cupped his hands. Senior's attainments in spear arts have also convinced this junior. He was not being modest, but he truly admired Fei Jin's Spear King. This kind of understanding and dedication to the spear was hard to come by. Their eyes met, and in an instant, both of them revealed smiles at the same time, feeling extremely happy. It was like no discord, no concord. So, 2 figures dashed in at high speed. Brother Fei, Linda Gu, Sima Shi and Qin Xianqian smiled. Huh, what wind blew Protector Sima here? Fei Jin chuckled. Suddenly, he realized something and looked at Lin Feng. He smiled and said, Protector Sima isn't here to see little brother Fei, right? Ha! Sima Xian stroked his long beard and laughed. Lin Feng does have some history with me. Pausing for a moment, Sima Xian looked at Fei Jin with bright eyes. However, I did come here for you, Brother Fei. Oh, Fei Jin's eyes lit up. It's like this. Brother Fei, although there are some doubts about your background, after so many years, everything has been investigated clearly. Sima Shi nodded. What does Guardian Sima mean? Fei Jin's expression changed, and his chest heaved up and down. Sima Shi laughed. That's right, the announcement has already been made. I'm here to inform you, Brother Fei, that you'll be reporting to the inner court from today onwards. That's great. Clenching his fists, Fei Jin's eyes lit up. He was not a disciple cultivated by the fierce Yin school. Instead, he joined halfway through. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to enter the inner sanctum. Just his identity alone was enough to confuse him. But now, he finally got what he wanted. Congratulations, Senior. Lin Feng and Qin Xianqian congratulated him. From Fei Jin's expression, it was clear that entering the inner sanctum was an extremely important matter to him. Fei Jin was beaming and nodding his head continuously. He was extremely excited. Whoosh! Fei Jin instantly leapt up. His eyes shone brightly. He did not want to waste even half a minute. He could finally enter the inner sanctum. His figure flashed. Fei Jin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped in midair. What's your name? Fei Jin's eyes sparkled. Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. After that, Fei Jin looked at Lin Feng and revealed a rare smile. I'll come and find you in 3 days, Lin Feng said indifferently. Good. Lin Feng was instantly delighted. Fei Jin did not forget what he said before the duel. They would exchange spear techniques together. No, it should be said that Fei Jin would guide him. In terms of spear techniques and understanding, Fei Jin was indeed much stronger than him. With Fei Jin's guidance, he would be able to avoid many detours on the path of spear techniques. Fei Jin looked at Lin Feng and smiled. He was not a petty person. Instead, he admired Lin Feng's deep obsession with the spear, because he was equally persistent. Whoosh! Fei Jin streaked across the sky and left in an instant. The injuries on his body were only superficial. It was not a big deal. Like a flash of light, he brushed past by young Master Hua, Meng Hua, and the others. However, Fei Jin did not stop. Now, the owner of the Black Spear Rock was no longer him. That was... Meng Hua was stunned. It was Fei's Spear King. Young Master Hua's eyes flashed. He opened the feather fan in his hand. I can't be wrong. The breathing of the inner sanctum disciples behind him became hurried. Fei Jin's departure made them understand something. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Bai Yi, in particular, was like an arrow that had just left its bow. He shot out suddenly. Brother Lin Feng, he really won? I knew it. Bai Yi unconsciously clenched his right fist and sped up. Behind him, young Master Hua, Meng Hua, and the others saw Bai Yi speed up and immediately followed. Linda Gu, you're so powerful. Qin Xianxian's eyes sparkled as she held Lin Feng's hand tightly. She had not seen Lin Feng for many days, and she missed him very much. If Sima, she was not present, Qin Xianxian would have pounced on Lin Feng and expressed her feelings of longing. Lin Feng, you really hit it well. Sima Shi's eyes flickered as he said seriously. When Xiao told me, I was still skeptical. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's indeed extraordinary. Shaking his head, Sima Shi smiled bitterly. If I become your master, I'm afraid I won't have anything to teach you. Senior, you're exaggerating, Lin Feng said. He respected Sima Shi from the bottom of his heart. It was not because of how powerful he was, but because of the way he handled things and the way he treated him. It moved him. That was enough for him. Originally, I wanted to recommend you to my good friend, Guardian Jean, Sima Shi said with a smile. Sima Shi smiled and said in a carefree manner, however, from the looks of it now, it is a little inappropriate. Lin Feng, your strength is comparable to Lei Ba among those of the same age. You're completely qualified to become a disciple of the elders. Lei Ba. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. This was the only other name he had heard apart from Ji Xiao. He's the disciple of the third elder. Qin Xianxian nodded and said, he's extremely powerful, far more powerful than senior brother Ji. Among people of the same age, he's only inferior to the monstrous genius, Ji Xiao. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He looked at Sima Shi and said slowly, Senior, in your opinion, my strength is inferior to Ji Xiao? That's right. Sima Shi did not hesitate. I know what you're thinking, Lin Feng. Ji Xiao's monstrous talent is rarely seen in 1,000 years. The sect master said that he would definitely break through to the Star Lord level before the age of 100. It's normal for you to be inferior to him. Ji Xiao, Lin Feng said softly in his heart. For Senior Sima to praise him so much and say that he was inferior to Ji Xiao without hesitation, it meant the gap between them was very big. Interesting. Lin Feng smiled. Not only did he not feel discouraged, but he also felt a strong fighting spirit. Competing with each other was the true path of a martial artist. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly changed as he looked into the distance. Seeing several silhouettes rushing in, they immediately felt a wave of confusion. And the one in the lead, Lin Feng. A joyful shout came from the distance. Lin Feng immediately saw Bai Yi. He was still wearing his white clothes and looked gentle and elegant. Bai Yi. Lin Feng was also happy. He did not expect to see Bai Yi here after parting that day. They were quite faded. Huh? Bai Yi landed and glanced at Qin Xianxian next to Lin Feng, who was holding Lin Feng's hand. Bai Yi said in surprise, Brother Lin, you're really good. You've only been in Fierce Yin school for a month, and you've already gotten one of the top 10 beauties. Behind Bai Yi, young Master Hua, Meng Hua, and the other inner disciples also landed. Looking at Qin Xianxian and Lin Feng's casual appearance, they all showed a hint of envy. The top 10 beauties of Fierce Yin school were all as beautiful as fairies. They did not expect that one of them would be taken care of by this idiot in the rumors. What do you mean taken care of? Qin Xianxian blushed and said in a sweet voice, I've known Lindigo for a long time. We've been together for a long time. As soon as she said that, Sima Xian smiled bitterly. How could a girl be so shameless to say that? Bai Yi's face was bitter, but he did not dare to offend Qin Xianxian. He secretly gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng smiled. Brother Bai, are you looking for me? Nothing. Bai Yi smiled and said softly, Oh yeah, Brother Lin, Brother Fei Spear King just left. Did he lose to you? As soon as he said that, young Master Hua, Meng Hua, and the others behind him immediately pricked up their ears. Lin Feng's expression did not change, but his eyes shone. No, it's not. Lin Feng smiled faintly and pointed at Sima Xian. Senior Sima came to inform me that Fei Spear King has passed the test and can join the inner sect from now on. The announcement has already been made. Fei Spear King had not been defeated for hundreds of years. Now that he had just joined the inner sect, his reputation would be damaged if the news spread. Oh, I see. Bai Yi nodded in realization. Young Master Hua, Meng Hua, and the others behind also showed a relieved expression. Most of the time, people were like that. They could not bear to see others doing well, especially those of the same generation. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Brother Lin, your strength seems to be more than that. You really didn't go easy on him? Fei Spear King's spear technique realm is far from what I can compare to. Lin Feng's eyes shone as he said with admiration. Bai Yi nodded and looked at Lin Feng and Qin Xianxian. He laughed. Brother Lin, I won't take up your time. We're all in the 9th district. Let's meet again next time. Okay. Lin Feng smiled and replied. Soon, everyone left. Even Sima, she tactfully disappeared without a trace. Only Lin Feng and Qin Xianxian were left. They had not met for a long time, so they had endless things to talk about. Even if it was just a desolate pyro spear rock, they were still filled with affection. There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 566. District 9, Central Region. The most eye-catching thing was the ranking. Whether it was the elites of the 100 territories or the newcomers, they were all clearly recorded on the ranking. From number 1 to over 7 million, no one was left out. Especially the elites of the 100 territories. They were even more eye-catching. These 100 elites were already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. They represented the strongest combat power of the outer sect of District 9, and their strength was comparable to that of the inner sect warriors. Do you think Shui Linglong can enter the top 100? I'm afraid it won't be easy now. Otherwise, our goddess would have challenged long ago instead of climbing up step by step. However, I believe that within a year, she'll surely be able to enter the top 100. A blue-clothed young man spoke slowly in a resolute and reasonable manner, causing everyone to agree. Sigh, we become a joke in this year's genius selection, a tall youth said helplessly. Yeah, the newcomers from the previous 3 batches all entered the top 100 of their respective districts within a month. The best one was even ranked number 75. Everyone clicked their tongues and sighed, but they also felt a little helpless. They were bound together for good or ill. Who said so? We still have Senior Brother Bai Yi. A girl with braids pouted. Yeah, Senior Brother Bai Yi is very powerful. I heard that after entering the Fierce Yin sect, He made continuous breakthroughs from level 4 to level 5. Even his star control increased. A pretty girl's eyes shone brightly as she said with admiration, after a month of seclusion, he got number 303 in his first challenge. He must be stronger than Shui Linglong. Yeah. The girls agreed. Compared to the youth's admiration for Shui Linglong, the girls admired Bai Yi more. Not only was he gentle and elegant, but he was also very powerful. He was the Prince Charming of all the girls. TSK, Bai Yi is only number 10 in the genius selection. How can he compare to Shui Linglong? The tall youth said disdainfully. Who hasn't performed badly before? Plus, senior brother Bai Yi will definitely be stronger than Shui Linglong after he comes out of seclusion. The girl with braids said unhappily. They were at each other's throats, arguing endlessly. However, they already had a conclusion in their hearts. How could they convince the other party? Just as everyone was arguing until their faces were red and the smell of gunpowder was strong, they were about to fight. Suddenly, ta-ta-ta, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. Something big has happened. Something big has happened. Before they arrived, loud and clear shouts could be heard. The restaurant suddenly quieted down. Everyone's gazes focused on the source of the sound. They saw a thin and short young man rushing over from the entrance, panting heavily. However, his eyes shone brightly as he looked around at the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, quickly look at the rankings. Number 12 has changed hands." Pong, pa, crash. The sound of wine cups and basins falling could be heard. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Number 12. This was the hottest topic of discussion recently. The one who challenged number 12 Fei Gun King was the idiot who had been mocked by everyone. He won. That's impossible. The brief silence was like the calm before the storm. In an instant, the restaurant erupted like thunder, and everyone was boiling with excitement. Go! Let's go take a look. Fuck, don't block the way. Everyone scrambled to be the first, incomparably anxious. In front of the rankings, there were already countless martial artists gathered around. Heavens, that idiot really defeated Fei Gun King. You're the idiot. His name is Lin Feng, remember it. That's right. Lin Feng has the ability to defeat Fei Gun King. How dare you call him an idiot? Are you tired of living? Everyone was discussing heatedly, and most of them were filled with joyful smiles. They were all newcomers, but Lin Feng had made them proud. The original idiot had instantly become a hero. Now, who still dared to call Lin Feng an idiot? That would be condemned by everyone. The thing that changed the fastest in the world was the human heart. Too awesome. Lin Feng can actually be ranked number 12. Let's see if the newcomers of the previous genius election dare to laugh at us again. That is to say, which one of them can be ranked number 12? Haha, there's no one before number 50. Laughing at us? How childish. All the newcomers were in high spirits, and they were overjoyed. At the back of the crowd, a beautiful girl as smooth as water had sparkling eyes. Shui Linglong. Lin Feng. Shui Linglong softly muttered. She didn't expect that Lin Feng could actually defeat Fei Jin. Suddenly, she thought of the brief contact she had with Lin Feng, and a ripple appeared on Shui Linglong's picturesque face. You dare to look down on me, Shui Linglong softly said. She thought that Lin Feng didn't attack her because he wanted to enter the Python Spear Cliff, but now, he was actually hiding his strength. If you don't want to fight, then I will fight with you. Shui Linglong was also a stubborn person. Lin Feng, 10 days later, I will challenge you. Her voice was soft, but it was firm and determined, and there was no hesitation. Like a ripple of water, Shui Linglong's voice was heard by all the people around her. This was the effect she wanted. She declared the battle in advance because she didn't want anyone to beat her to it. Her feet left the ground, creating ripples on the water. Her body was as soft as water, and her white clothes were soft. Shui Linglong instantly stepped on the air and left. In the Python Spear Cliff, Lin Feng stood calmly with his eyes closed. His movements were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes tight and sometimes loose and the python devil spear in his hand was constantly thrusting. The wind whistled. In this empty, rocky highland, Lin Feng was completely immersed in his own world, pondering over his spear art. The scene of the battle with Fei Jin appeared in his mind. Fei Jin's domineering spear art shocked him greatly. Whether it was the spear intent or the realm of the spear art, they were both extremely profound. Pondering and imitating, comprehending the spear intent through imitating. Lin Feng didn't know that his reputation in the central region was like thunder, and everyone knew him. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't affect his state of mind. For the current Lin Feng, the spear was the only thing. Comprehending the spear. What a profound spear art. It is even harder to comprehend than the sixth realm of the spear art. Lin Feng waved the python devil spear, and for the first time, he felt the pressure of comprehending. This spear move was much more difficult and profound than any of the spear moves he had comprehended before. Chi, chi, chi. The python devil spear thrusted out again and again, bringing along the whistling of the wind. Lin Feng deeply comprehended the spear intent, but it was like imitating a painting, and he couldn't comprehend the true artistic conception of the painting. Even so, he was still happy. Every time he imitated, he would comprehend something. This was the source of improvement. Like a river, it slowly gathered and condensed. I'm still lacking something. Compared to Senior Fei, my spear art's artistic conception, Lin Feng seemed to be possessed. He waved the python devil spear and muttered to himself. At this moment, whoosh! A sharp gust of wind suddenly attacked. Hua! Lin Feng opened his eyes in a split second, and he was overjoyed. Bang! The python devil spear made contact with the cold light, and a deafening sound was heard. His figure retreated, and his right hand was slightly numb. However, Lin Feng's face was full of smiles. Ta! The gust of wind dissipated, and Fei Jin's figure landed not far away. He held the python devil spear in his hand, and there was a faint smile on his face. Exactly 3 days. Fei Jin was very punctual. Come, let's fight with pure spear arts. Fei Jin's eyes sparkled. Okay. Lin Feng laughed. 2 people, 2 spears. The continuous battle was unusually intense. Purely using the spear to exchange pointers, there were no additional effects. The only thing that consumed was physical strength. Regardless of whether it was Lin Feng or Fei Jin, it was extremely easy. It was no different from normal spear practice. The only thing that changed was there was an opponent to exchange pointers with. Okay, again. Wait. Fei Jin hastily said. What's wrong, Senior? Lin Feng stopped and asked suspiciously. He had a good feeling just now, as if he had faintly sensed the sixth realm of spear arts. How do you know the Python Shadow Spear Art? Fei Jin asked in surprise. Python Shadow Spear Art. Lin Feng was startled. He suddenly understood. When he saw Fei Jin use it just now, he subconsciously used the same spear art. The same spear art collided, but the concept of the spear art was different. The difference became more and more obvious. Therefore, he felt as if he had reached the sixth realm. It's this move. Fei Jin's eyes deepened, and he instantly made a move. Lin Feng nodded and smiled apologetically. I secretly learned it from you, Senior. I hope you don't mind. Fei Jin was stunned, and his expression was a little dazed. You learned it when you were fighting with me? Fei Jin looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a monster. Lin Feng nodded. Fei Jin's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe it. Although his Python Shadow Spear Art wasn't a top-level spear art, it wasn't ordinary either. However, Lin Feng could secretly learn a move just from the battle. It was too unbelievable. Wait, Fei Jin's expression changed. How many moves did you learn? How many? Lin Feng frowned slightly and muttered, It should be 5. Fei Jin's body staggered, and he almost lost his balance. It can't be. Fei Jin's expression changed. His Python Shadow Spear Art only had 5 moves. His heart trembled. Fei Jin instinctively felt that Lin Feng's comprehension was terrifying. His expression kept changing. Come, use your Python Shadow Spear Art to fight with me. All right. Lin Feng's python demon spear shook in an instant. It was exactly what he wanted. Clang! Clang! The more they fought, the more shocked he became. Fei Jin was so shocked that his heart was beating rapidly. Lin Feng's dark shadow spear art was exactly the same as the one he had just used. Even the most difficult move, the fifth move, Lin Feng didn't have a single flaw. It was extremely smooth. In fact, Lin Feng had even managed to connect the moves perfectly. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to achieve such a level without decades or centuries of practice. But in front of him, Fei Jin let out a long breath. It was too shocking. Why did you stop, senior? Lin Feng asked curiously. Fei Jin shook his head helplessly. If we continue, I'm afraid you'll learn all my moves. Ah, Lin Feng sneered. I'm just joking, you little monster. Fei Jin smiled. In Fierce Yin School, saber and sword warriors are the strongest. There aren't many spear warriors. I can't wait for you to become stronger. After a pause, Fei Jin's eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, you should be comprehending the spear art realm, right? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, senior. Fei Jin nodded and said seriously. Your comprehension is indeed shocking, but this time, you're going in the wrong direction. Chapter 567. Wrong direction? Lin Feng was stunned. Senior, please guide me. Although he was puzzled, Lin Feng asked humbly. In terms of spear skills, Fei Jin was indeed better than him. There must be a reason for what he said. Fei Jin nodded. He was satisfied with Lin Feng's attitude. Although it was a spar, in reality, he was guiding Lin Feng. If Lin Feng thought highly of himself, he would not try to flatter him. Since Lin Feng was so humble, he was happy to teach him and would not hide anything from him. The spear realm is inseparable from the shape and intent of the spear. Fei Jin said slowly. Lin Feng nodded. The first three realms were about the harmony between the shape and intent of the spear. Back in the Sky Martial Continent, when he reached the third realm, form and intent integration, he slowly reached a fork in the road. As a result, spear skills only focused on strength and neglected other aspects. After breaking through form and intent integration, the fourth realm is one with the spear. Ordinary spear martial artists would not be able to reach this realm without tens of years of immersion. Fei Jin's eyes shone as he looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Spear skills were easy to learn but hard to master. It required more patience than saber or sword skills. It was rare to find someone with Lin Feng's talent. And after the fourth realm, there is a fork in the road. Fei Jin said seriously. Fork? Lin Feng immediately pricked up his ears. There are two paths. Fei Jin said. One is to use one with the spear as the starting point, focusing on the intent and shape of the spear, turning simplicity into complexity. This is called having moves. The other path is to use returning to the origin as the starting point, turning complexity into simplicity. This is called no moves. Having moves, no moves. Lin Feng thought to himself. He seemed to have understood something. It was as if an invisible door had been opened in his heart. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. There are moves. They use moves as power and earth energy as propulsion. This is the fighting style of the war god. Fei Jin stared at Lin Feng and said slowly, whereas the void technique uses the origin of heaven and earth as its power and moves as its medium, is the fighting style of the martial god. Bang! His head felt like it was about to explode. In an instant, Lin Feng was enlightened. All of his doubts were cleared up at this moment. All this time, he had been using the return to origin realm as a foundation to improve himself. But he was comprehending it with the pure power of the war god. The two of them were not of the same kind. The strength of a war god depends more on the power of the spear. Spear intent, spear shape, earth energy, none of them can be missing. This is the purest way of fighting. However, the strength of the martial god depends more on the strength of the quintessence energy. Returning to the basics, returning to the origin of the simplified spear moves, eliminating all other superfluous forces. What replaced? It was the extreme condensation of the origin energy. This is the origin of the no move, Fei Jin said slowly. When Lin Feng heard Fei Jin's words, they were like thunder in his ears. The originally crooked path instantly returned to a straight line. Lin Feng was now completely clear. Faintly, he seemed to see the end. So that's how it is. I finally understand. Lin Feng was enlightened. His blurred eyes became extremely clear. What he needed to do now was to use the one with the spear as a foundation to improve. Senior, thank you for your reminder, Lin Feng said sincerely. If not for Fei Jin's words, who knew how long he would have been lost? Gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. It's nothing. Fei Jin smiled faintly. He didn't have a disciple and was usually alone. In the past few hundred years, only this Lin Feng in front of him was suitable. Therefore, he would give him advice. Senior, please enlighten me again. Lin Feng held the nightmare demon spear in his hand. His eyes were shining. Giving up on returning to one's original state and returning to the one with the spear, Lin Feng's entire being seemed to be connected with the spear. Tangible and capable. Good. Fei Jin smiled faintly. It had been a long time since he had sparred with an expert who practiced the spear so unrestrained. This feeling was extremely comfortable. On the nightmare spear rock, two figures crossed each other. Lin Feng's eyes were clear. Most of the time, he was at a disadvantage. After all, his spear was slightly inferior to Fei Jin's. Although the power of his spear was slightly weaker than before, but this was the true intent of the war god's spear. This is the feeling. Very precise, very clear. The more Lin Feng fought, the more proficient he became. It was as if he had been reborn. It was as if the blurry scene in front of him was gradually becoming clearer, and he was getting closer and closer, closer and closer, almost within reach. This comprehension is indeed terrifying. In a short 6 days, he has already gotten the hang of it. This little guy's intermediate level of one with a spear is at the entry level. Fei Jin was slightly enlightened. Suddenly, he felt a sense of vicissitudes. However, he did not expect Lin Feng to catch up to him so quickly. Outer sect candidate. Ji Jin is really blind. Fei Jin felt helpless. In his opinion, Lin Feng's talent was no different from a monster. After passing the promotion ceremony, he will become an ordinary outer sect disciple. I'm afraid Lin Feng's strength will shock everyone. Fei Jin thought to himself. When he thought of everyone's dumbstruck expressions, he felt that it was funny. How could such a talent be wasted so recklessly? On the 10th day, bang! The same move, but the power was released. Fei Jin retreated 10 meters, while Lin Feng retreated 12 meters. It was slightly weaker, but compared to 10 days ago, it was completely different. The two separated from each other. After fighting for 7 days, no matter how good Fei Jin's stamina was, he was still a little tired. On the other hand, Lin Feng was still full of energy. Let's stop here, little monster. Fei Jin let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his wrist. Senior, thank you for your guidance, Lin Feng said seriously. Without Fei Jin's guidance, he would not have been able to grasp the intermediate level of one with the spear in such a short time. Although it was just a beginner level, he was already on the right path. I didn't teach you. We were just comparing notes. Fei Jin's eyes flickered as he said indifferently. Lin Feng smiled. He knew that Fei Jin did not want him to feel that he owed him. Thank you, Lin Feng said softly. Fei Jin smiled. I'm returning your favor. Lin Feng was slightly startled. Suddenly, he understood. He knew that Fei Jin meant that he did not spread the news of Fei Jin's defeat. I can only help you to this point. I have many things to do after entering the inner sect. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. Fei Jin nodded and smiled. Little monster, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. Be careful. After saying this, Fei Jin did not wait for Lin Feng's reply and flew away. The hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out? Lin Feng savored these words. A question mark appeared in his mind. This senior Fei speaks without rhyme or reason. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. He immediately grasped the nightmare demon spear and felt the throbbing in his heart. He and the spear had completely become one. The intermediate level of one with the spear was an improvement compared to the beginner level. It was not a change, but even so, the control of the spear and the execution of the spear's moves was a whole new leap. The most important thing was the change in spear intent, a more profound execution of spear intent. This is the origin of Senior Fei's tyrannical spear intent. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. According to Senior Fei, the beginner level, intermediate level of one with the spear doubles the spear intent. The proficient level, intermediate level of one with the spear quadruples the spear intent. The proficient level, intermediate level of one with the spear doubles the spear intent. Senior Fei has only reached the proficient level, but his spear intent is already so amazing. If he reaches the proficient level, I wonder how terrifying it will be. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. His expression was full of excitement. At this moment, he completely understood the advancement of the spear art. He understood how to proceed. Continue to practice. While my hands are hot, I'll completely familiarize myself with the beginner level of one with the spear. Lin Feng made up his mind. He did not waste any time. He immersed himself in practicing again. The hunter shoots the bird that sticks out. Lin Feng did not know, but how could Fei Jin not know? At this time, in the central area of District 9, all the discussions were directed at Lin Feng. It could be said that he was standing at the tip of the wave. Shui Linglong was not the only one who had their eyes on him. Basically, those who were ranked at the front all had their eyes fixed on Lin Feng, trying to get him. A newcomer, occupying the number 12 of the Nightmare Spear Cliff. Was he worthy? The number not only represented the area, but also the identity and status. Who do you think is more powerful, Shui Linglong or Lin Feng? Needless to say, our goddess is definitely more powerful. The boy in blue raised his head and said proudly that Lin Feng was just lucky. He happened to meet Fei Spear King's promotion and left, so he was given the number 12 area. At that time, I was still wondering why he won the 5th time after losing to Fei Spear King 4 times in a row. That's right, if not for young Master Hua, Meng Hua, and the others, we would have been kept in the dark. Everyone chimed in one after another, but the discussion was extremely joyous. 10 days were approaching, and the news of Shui Linglong challenging Lin Feng had already been hyped up. Who did not know the newcomers of District 9? In my opinion, that Lin Feng is just an embroidered pillow. A tall and sturdy young man patted his chest and said proudly, "He looks as thin and weak as a woman. With his appearance, he will definitely be defeated by Shui Linglong." Everyone echoed. The tall and sturdy young man was very proud. Suddenly, what if Lin Feng wins? A voice suddenly sounded. The tall and sturdy young man was startled and said disdainfully, "If he wins, I will run around the central area naked." After saying that, the tall and sturdy young man laughed loudly. Everyone laughed with him, but their laughter gradually weakened. That was because the person who had spoken had been recognized. "Don't forget what you said just now." But he stood up from the table next to him with an elegant smile on his face. He brushed past the tall and sturdy young man and said, "If you go back on your words, I will take off your clothes and hang you in the restaurant." The corner of Bai Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. He and Lin Feng were friends. Anyone who insulted Lin Feng was insulting him. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was depressing. Bai Yi walked to the door and suddenly turned around. He said indifferently, "I forgot to tell you that Lin Feng's strength is more than 10 times stronger than mine." After saying that, everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The tall and sturdy young man's face turned pale and cold sweat dripped down. Chapter 568. 10 days had passed. Although it wasn't time yet, the area outside the Stone Spear Rock was already packed with people. "All right, do you know who Lin Feng lost to in the Genius preliminaries?" "I don't know. I don't have any impression of him. Maybe he joined Fierce Yin's sect earlier than us." "No, I checked. Lin Feng joined on the day of the Genius preliminaries, just like us. But why can't I find his battle record? It's really strange. Why are you thinking so much? Anyway, he will be defeated by our goddess soon. That's right. He only relied on luck. How can he be compared to Shui Linglong in terms of strength? Almost everyone was supporting Shui Linglong, but it was not surprising that they were supporting Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong's fame spread far and wide. She was as dainty and exquisite as water. She was everyone's dream lover. As for Lin Feng, who had appeared out of nowhere, everyone couldn't help but feel jealous. Naturally, Shui Linglong had the advantage in terms of popularity. In the crowd, the newcomers were discussing intensely. Many old people were quietly mixed in the crowd. They didn't say anything. To them, it didn't matter who won or lost. What mattered was, how strong was the person who belonged to number 12? If that little girl wins, then number 12 will belong to me in 10 days. An old woman with a hunched back said. Her eyes flashed. Let's test that little guy first and see how strong he is. Hee. A small old man smiled sinisterly. No matter who the opponent is, I must get number 12. A tall and sturdy man's eyes shone coldly. There were many people who had different thoughts. These powerhouses hidden in the crowd were all existences within number 50. There was an unwritten rule in the 100 territories. Normally, if the number difference was too big, a challenge wouldn't be issued. The experts of the 100 territories were all reputable people. They wouldn't do something they weren't confident in. If they forced a challenge, it would be like slapping themselves in the face. After all, there was always a higher mountain. So what if they got number 12? If they didn't have strength, they would have a new owner in 10 days. At that time, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Only a newcomer like Shui Linglong would have no scruples. So what if she lost? To her, entering the outer sect was to temper herself. Along with the water mist, Shui Linglong, dressed in white, arrived gracefully. Without the slightest bit of makeup, she was as elegant and refined as a fairy from the heavens. It was refreshing. In particular, the faint watery light emitted from her body made her look like a water spirit. She gave off a refreshing feeling, as beautiful as a lotus flower. So beautiful. It's too beautiful. As expected of a goddess, Shui Linglong's appearance caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Such beauty was rarely seen in the world. However, no one would underestimate this girl who was as clear as water. Her strength was not something to brag about. Instead, they had gone through numerous tests and selections, standing out from more than 2 million rookies and becoming the champion of the genius selection competition. His eyes sparkled like a blooming lotus. Shui Linglong's expression didn't change at all. She just calmly flew toward the stone spear rock. The materialized light barrier was slowly fading away. The 10-day cool-down period was over. Come on, goddess. You must win, Shui Linglong. Don't show any mercy, defeat that Lin Feng. Everyone was shouting hysterically when they saw Shui Linglong enter the sea spear cliff. They were like waves, one after another. Especially the tall and sturdy young man who had made a bet with Bai Yi. His face and ears turned red as he shouted until his throat was hoarse. As the crowd cheered her on, Shui Linglong revealed a faint smile. The token in her hand flashed as she entered the stone spear rock. She had been waiting for this battle for 10 days. One to determine the winner. Swoosh, swoosh. The nightmare demon spear danced. Lin Feng slightly closed his eyes. He used his heart to feel the rhythm of the nightmare demon spear, feeling the rhythm of each attack to strengthen the connection between him and the nightmare demon spear. It was a close connection from a heart. The stronger the connection, the deeper the connection. Stabilize the intent realm of the spear. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes, which shone brightly. A familiar aura came. Lin Feng had a good memory. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. He frowned slightly. What is she doing here? Lin Feng muttered to himself as he pondered. Bang! His body landed. Lin Feng held the spear with one hand and stood steadily. He looked into the distance. The dense water element fluctuated intensely. A beautiful figure appeared in an instant. It was the water-like woman who had obstructed him that day. Ta! Shui Linglong landed in the distance. As a water spirit master, she had to maintain a certain distance from the enemy. I'm here. Shui Linglong's eyes sparkled, revealing a trace of fighting spirit. Lin Feng was startled. He didn't understand. What are you doing here? Shui Linglong was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Feng to say such words. She thought that he was looking down on her and didn't take her seriously. She was so angry that her face turned red. Biting her red lips, Shui Linglong's fighting spirit exploded. Dense water element instantly condensed. Water dragon roar. She shouted. Shui Linglong didn't show any mercy. Her face was serious. Her hands changed. One after another, dragons condensed with dense water element flew up. The dragon roared. Each dragon seemed to have a life of its own. They roared and pounced at Lin Feng. Whether it was power or speed, they were much stronger than before. Lin Feng's eyes changed. His body retreated out of habit. The nightmare demon spear in his hand clanged. Interesting. Good. The corners of Lin Feng's lips curled up, feeling a little happy. Fei Jin had just gone. He was worried about not having an opponent to practice with. Now one was sent to him. Moreover, it was a rarely seen star sea-level water spirit master. 10 days ago, he wanted to experience the strength of a star sea-level water spirit master. However, because he wanted to spar with Fei Jin, he passed by. Now that she came again, he couldn't wait. Not only could he test the power of his new spear art, he could also use it to understand the fighting techniques of a Star Sea Level Sky Spirit Master. It would be of great help to him. Star Sea Level 5. Slightly weaker than Brother G. Just from the aura, Lin Feng could estimate the opponent's strength. In front of him, the dragons roared. They were very powerful. Left and right, there is nowhere to hide. Lin Feng instantly judged. Regardless of whether he went left or right, he could avoid the first dragon, but not the second. The opponent's attacks were continuous and skillful. Below his feet was a rock wall. Lin Feng frowned. He felt troubled. Maybe he could use the rock wall to dodge, but this was the most precious treasure of this black spear rock. He couldn't destroy it. Ta! Lin Feng jumped up. He could only go up. And this was exactly what Shui Linglong wanted. Rise! Water dragons soared up. She could control them freely. In an instant, Shui Linglong's hands formed a cube. She raised her eyebrows. Water cube, attack and control techniques. Shui Linglong was very skillful in combining. She was very familiar with the use of the water element. Let's see where you can hide. Shui Linglong's beautiful eyes shone brightly. At this moment, Shui Linglong was very confident. Letting a water spirit master pull away in battle was simply courting death. A huge water cube fell from the sky. It was much bigger than the last time. It covered the sky as if it wanted to trap Lin Feng like a bird in a cage. Below him, there were 7 dragons roaring, wanting to tear Lin Feng into pieces. So that's how it is. Such exquisite coordination, Lin Feng murmured. He was impressed. Whether it was now or 10 days ago, this girl's attacks were still so sharp. If they were on the same level, it would be a tough battle. But now, a water spirit master's battle is the same as a fire spirit master's. You have to pull away to unleash your power. Once you get close, Lin Feng smiled faintly. He knew it clearly. He was a fire spirit master. To a sky spirit master, speed is the purest form of power. Only speed is unbreakable. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His right knee flashed. Wind vortex. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. His body suddenly turned illusory, overlapping with each other. The moment the gigantic water cube fell, Lin Feng burst out at full speed and dashed out. Dense black shadows covered the entire sky, as if the entire sky had turned black. How terrifying was a 6th-level star sea state with speed exceeding a 10th-level star sea state. Instantly, pung, the water cube fell. Oh no! Shui Linglong's expression changed. She couldn't control it in time. The 7 flood dragons instantly rushed towards the water cube. Before they could even put down their hands, a huge collision occurred. The water cube was instantly torn apart, and Shui Linglong suffered a backlash. Her chest felt stuffy. At this moment, a black mist covered her. Lin Feng instantly descended. No! Shui Linglong's heart trembled. However, Shui Linglong did not expect that Lin Feng would be able to escape from her inescapable net. She clenched her teeth tightly. However, she was not someone who was willing to give up. The water element instantly condensed, and a trace of determination appeared in her eyes. The terrifying power condensed in Shui Linglong's hand, as if it was going to destroy everything. Star power, 5th level. Water bomb. The dense water element was mixed with shocking energy. That was the powerful energy of star power. It was like a bomb full of explosive power. Once hit, one would die without a burial place. The condensation speed was extremely fast. Almost instantly, Shui Linglong had poured all the energy in her body. The black mist in front of her was filled with a wild aura. Before Lin Feng arrived, his attack arrived first. What a shocking spear intent. Go! Shui Linglong's face was red. She used all her energy. He would fight to rise from the brink of death. She wasn't willing to lose like this. Boom! The water bomb's speed was extremely shocking. It blasted toward the place where the dense aura gathered in the black mist. However, Shui Linglong was instantly stunned. The water bomb swallowed the power of an afterimage. A beast-like flame was torn into pieces and penetrated the black mist. Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? Shui Linglong was completely stunned. In that instant, cold sweat dripped down from Shui Linglong's forehead. She felt a chill down her spine. You lost. A faint voice sounded behind her. 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 569. Lin Feng was like a ghost in the darkness, appearing like a ghost. The tip of the spear was pressed against the back of Shui Linglong's neck. With just a bit of force, Shui Linglong would die. But obviously, Lin Feng was not such a cruel person. Using the Swanee shadow and the spear intent of the intermediate man and spear as one, Lin Feng created a shocking aura that was not inferior to Fei Jin's spear aura. Plus, the sudden attack did not give Shui Linglong any time to think. In this darkness, she could only rely on her instincts and intuition. But the result was a failure. Shui Linglong bit her lips. Her face was gloomy. She lost. He had lost completely, without any suspense. Lin Feng gave her enough time and distance to prepare for battle, but she still had no power to fight back. That feeling was like looking up at a mountain. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying power was ignited in an instant. A shocking aura was released. Shui Linglong's face was shocked, and her heartbeat sped up. Oh no! Shui Linglong was extremely shocked. It was the water-splitting bullet. The water-splitting bullet that gathered all her power collided with the water dragon that broke through the water cube's defense. In terms of power, the water-splitting bullet was far stronger than the water dragon, but the two were born from the same root. Although the water dragon's power was inferior, it was like a flame that ignited the powerful bomb. No! Shui Linglong's face was pale. No one knew better than her how terrifying the explosion of the water-splitting bullet was. Compressing all the power into a sphere, this power was far beyond Star's C state level 5. It wasn't something she could control or bear. Pong! A shocking explosion sounded. The heavens shook, the earth shook, and the mountains cracked. Facing the huge explosion, Shui Linglong was completely stunned. Her heartbeat seemed to have stopped. The distance was so close. She was finished. But in front of her, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Shui Linglong's face changed, and her body seemed to be struck by lightning. A masculine scent assaulted her nose, and at the moment of the explosion, she was pulled into an embrace. The explosion was deafening, but it could not compare to the shock in Shui Linglong's heart. In 16 years, this was the first time she was so close to a man. His body was completely numb. It was as if he had been electrocuted, unable to move. But in an instant, Shui Linglong's beautiful face changed. She felt the body of the man who was hugging her lightly tremble. In an instant, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Ah! Shui Linglong was scared out of her wits. At this moment, she completely understood what had happened. It was him who was protecting her. Lin Feng. No! Shui Linglong instantly felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She anxiously tried to break free. How could she not know how powerful the explosion of a water bomb was? Most importantly, in order to protect her, Lin Feng didn't raise any defenses at all. He would die. However, Shui Linglong was unable to break free from Lin Feng's embrace. Two pairs of arms tightly restrained her, causing her weak body to be unable to move. His body was not considered to be strong. However, it was like a huge mountain blocking her path. At this moment, Shui Linglong felt that her heart was about to shatter. No, why are you doing this? No. Shui Linglong's tears instantly fell like rain. She couldn't speak. There had never been a person who would protect her like this, even at the cost of his own life. Moreover, the two of them had no relationship at all. One word, unlucky. Lin Feng hugged Shui Linglong tightly. His body couldn't help but tremble. The power of this water bomb explosion is really terrifying. Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine. A heart-wrenching pain came from his back. Although it wasn't as powerful as the magnetic explosion, it wasn't much different. The pain was heart-wrenching. Lin Feng could only endure it. He couldn't let all his efforts go to waste. Fortunately, I have the body of a phoenix. If it was her, she would be dead for sure. Lin Feng sighed softly. However, he also felt helpless. To be honest, he wasn't that great. After all, they didn't have any friendship. However, as a man, protecting a weak girl was his subconscious instinct. At the moment of the explosion, he didn't know why he had inexplicably blocked it for her. Thinking about it carefully, even if the same thing happened again, he would still do the same. He couldn't just watch her die, right? Sigh, I'm still too soft-hearted. Lin Feng sighed. Even though he had gone through so much training and some things had indeed changed quite a bit, his own nature had not changed. He really couldn't just watch her die. Forget it, this kind of injury. Anyway, I'm used to it. Feeling the pain slowly weakening, Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. At least, he had blocked it. As long as he didn't die, the phoenix blood could heal him no matter how serious the injury was. Moreover, his body had been nourished by the wood's spiritual land, strengthened by the heart of the witch, and strengthened by the essence energy. He had already reached an extremely powerful realm. So what if he suffered a small injury? The wind had stopped. The airflow in the air was still chaotic, and the energy was still chaotic. However, it no longer had any attacking power. Feeling the heart-wrenching pain on his back, Lin Feng moved his arm away with great difficulty and slowly loosened his embrace. A fragrance wafted to the tip of his nose, and the beauty in his arms was as soft as water. However, Lin Feng didn't feel anything, because the injury on his body was much more serious than he had imagined. It happened too suddenly, and I didn't have any defense at all. I've really suffered this time. Lin Feng grinned bitterly, feeling a little helpless. At this moment, the delicate body in his arms gently broke free, and touching him was like adding oil to the fire. Lin Feng felt a burning sensation in his chest, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of turbid blood. His body staggered, and Lin Feng only felt that the sky and earth were spinning. Shui Linglong covered her mouth and looked at Lin Feng. Seeing him like this, tears fell from her beautiful eyes, and she felt as if her heart was broken into countless pieces. His breathing was weak, and Lin Feng's injury was extremely serious. His body was badly mutilated, and his clothes were torn. Blood was flowing out from his serious injuries, and even his bones could be seen. His broken skin was like a withered flower, and his whole body was like a broken vessel that couldn't be broken again. It was extremely shocking and abnormally terrifying. Shui Linglong felt incomparable guilt, pain, and a warm current flowing in her heart, as well as an unknown feeling in the depths of her heart. You, Shui Linglong said in a trembling voice, but she didn't know what to say. You can go. Lin Feng weakly spat out these 3 words. Shui Linglong was startled, and she anxiously said, I won't go. I want to stay here and take care of you. I appreciate it. You can go. Lin Feng frowned. Take care? He didn't want to inexplicably provoke another love debt. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Shui Linglong's heart trembled, and she thought that Lin Feng hated her to the core. Indescribable heartache. Shui Linglong was afraid that if she stayed here, Lin Feng would hate her even more. She lightly bit her lips and said, I'm sorry, then I'll go first. Just as she was about to leave, Shui Linglong seemed to have thought of something. She hastily took off her left earring and gently placed it on the ground. Shui Linglong timidly said, This is for you. If you need it, just hold it and call my name. Shui Linglong's charming face slightly blushed, and she deeply looked at Lin Feng, as if she wanted to deeply imprint his appearance in her heart. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and Shui Linglong instantly jumped up. Name? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth slightly curved. He didn't know what this girl's name was. Glancing at the earring, Lin Feng's heart seemed to have an indescribable feeling, and his eyes suddenly flickered. This earring, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little curious. His right hand sucked like the wind, and the earring instantly fell into his hand, and he gently held it. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he was extremely shocked. This energy is... In his body, the water fate Astrolabe shone brightly, bringing a trace of joy. Lin Feng was amazed, as if he had entered a strange transparent space, where dense water element covered his entire body, and this small earring was nurturing an extremely powerful energy, and it was strangely familiar. It's this. Lin Feng suddenly became dazed. Lin Feng inexplicably clenched his right hand, but he didn't feel any pain. Instead, he was extremely surprised. He couldn't be more familiar with this energy. It's the energy of the 100 waterfalls, definitely. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he felt it was inconceivable, as he didn't expect to feel the energy of the 100 waterfalls here. It was formed by the energy of water droplets, and this earring was like a container, 100 rivers returning to the sea. This girl must have an extraordinary origin. Lin Feng gently nodded and thought to himself. He didn't expect that the girl he accidentally saved was related to the 100 waterfalls. It was really an unintentional willow growing into a shade. I'll ask her later. For now, I should recover my body first. Lin Feng lightly exhaled and slowly closed his eyes. The reason why he didn't want her to stay here was that he didn't want others to know the secret of his body. Although he saved her, it didn't mean that he trusted her. It was better to leave some leeway for everything. Father, is it him? Are you really talking about him? Is he the hero who can save the clan? Shui Linglong's beautiful eyes were blurred, and her tears had yet to dry, but her heart was trembling. She remembered what her father said before she left. Back then, she didn't take it seriously, but now, she completely believed it. Linglong, if you meet a man who can move your heart, give him half of you, meow. Was it because she was moved? Shui Linglong didn't know. Maybe it was guilt, or maybe it was just pure gratitude. But at that moment, she inexplicably did that. Moreover, she didn't regret it. Lin Feng, Shui Linglong softly muttered. The scene just now was deeply engraved in her mind. A peculiar expression appeared in her eyes, and a faint blush appeared on Shui Linglong's face. What a strong body, Shui Linglong murmured. He was directly hit by her water-splitting bullet without any defense, and yet he was only seriously injured. This level of strength was truly astonishing. I hope he can recover soon. Please don't leave behind any sequelae. Shui Linglong prayed in her heart. Regardless of whether Lin Feng was the person she was waiting for, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Otherwise, she would suffer for the rest of her life. 2 more chapters. Chapter 570. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Fire Refining the Starry Sky and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account. Add a friend on WeChat. Add a public account. Type Dread. And tell me secretly. Outside the Pyro Spear Rock. Why hasn't he come out yet? It's been so long, and the outcome hasn't been decided yet. Damn, I'm dying from waiting. Everyone felt anxious and uneasy, their hearts tense. On one hand, they hoped that Shui Linglong would win, but on the other hand, they were actually a little afraid of Lin Feng's strength. If he didn't have a certain level of strength, how could he occupy number 12? Although the Pyro Spear Rock was empty because of the Face Spear King's advancement, why didn't other warriors obtain it? Why did it have to be Lin Feng? You must win. Shui Linglong, you must not lose. Everyone prayed and stared at the Pyro Spear Rock. In an instant, a ripple flashed, as if ripples were produced in the water. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped. Who? Was it Lin Feng? A beautiful figure appeared, bringing along ripples. In an instant, everyone seemed to be petrified, and they were stunned on the spot. That beautiful figure revealed a hint of weakness, and her tearful appearance made people's heart ache. It was Shui Linglong. Whoosh! Like a sharp arrow, Shui Linglong didn't want to stay for half a second longer and left immediately. Her heart was tangled up like cotton, and it was extremely complicated. She didn't want Lin Feng to become the target of public criticism because of her. It was a silent ending. However, everyone clearly understood what was going on. Lin Feng won. After defeating Shui Linglong, Lin Feng was the strongest among this batch of newcomers. Maybe he wasn't famous in the genius selection, but that was then, and this was now. People would always look forward. Lin Feng was definitely the strongest now. Sighs sounded. Although everyone felt regretful, they still felt relieved. He clearly understood who was the strongest one. Let's go. Phew, that Lin Feng is really powerful. Yeah, maybe he really has the strength. Everyone had different opinions, and the newcomers left one by one. Since Shui Linglong didn't say anything, it meant that she had accepted the outcome. She indirectly acknowledged Lin Feng's position. Only the burly young man who spoke arrogantly before was pale, and his body was trembling slightly. Thinking of his impulsive and carelessly promise, he immediately regretted it. Floating in the air, the burly young man felt his legs go soft and his heart stop beating. In front of him, a white figure. Don't forget what you said. You better have some self-awareness. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is that others might not know, but he was very clear that Shui Linglong's strength was not on the same level as Lin Feng's. Fei, as skies is his sky. Who knows if he was defeated by Lin Feng before his breakthrough? He muttered to himself and shook his head. The sky attention. The challenge was over, and there was no more excitement to watch. The God Stage selection, Sky Stage, A's King, the Lin S. For the old people of the 9th District, right now, Lin's tea time. More than 10 figures gathered from all directions. There were old and young, male and female, and all of them had different appearances. The only thing they had in common was that their auras were very strong. Clearly, they were very powerful. In reality, the strength of the powerhouses of the 100 territories was almost on par, especially those who occupied the regions near the front. There was not much of a difference. What do you think? An old woman with a hunchback coughed a few times. That young lady didn't have any injuries when she left. A small old man squinted his eyes and said slowly, clearly, there's a huge difference in strength between the two of them. The way I see it, this Lin Feng probably does have some skills. Old Lynx, why are you trying to boost his morale? A burly man patted his chest and sneered. How powerful can a mere kid be? If you don't dare, let me, old two, take the lead. Isn't this against the rules? A delicate voice sounded. It was a red-clothed girl. The 100 territories had an unspoken rule. If there were many challengers, the person with the front number would have priority. Among the crowd, the person with the front number was a middle-aged fatty with a faint smile. Ba, number 14. It doesn't matter. Ba waved his hand. Then let old two fight on my behalf. The small old man's gaze turned cold. Ba, think carefully. If old two fails, you won't have the right to fight. It doesn't matter. Ba smiled and rubbed his big belly. All right, it's decided. The hunched old woman nodded. Seeing the small old man and old woman agree, the others naturally had no objections. The burly man, Tu Lu, smiled happily. He was very satisfied. His number was 45. If it really came down to it, it would never be his turn. But now, defeating a brat is a piece of cake. As long as I defeat him, number 12 will belong to me. Tu Lu smiled happily and was very satisfied. According to the rules, as long as he occupied number 12, the warriors here would not be able to challenge him. He's just a newcomer. What can he do? Tu Lu's eyes glinted fiercely. His face was full of anger. He clenched his fists and snapped his fingers. Tu Lu's face flashed with confidence. He patted his chest and said proudly, "Everyone, wait for a good show. 10 days later, I will let that kid know that the outer sect of the 9th District, it's not as easy as he thinks." Swanky Yin. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground with a calm expression. His clothes were tattered, but the bloodstains had all evaporated. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng's injuries had all healed. There were no scars left on his body. His bronze skin was filled with vitality. Like a wood spirit, it was strong and resilient. Lin Feng's aura had already recovered. If Shui Linglong saw such a scene, she would definitely be shocked. It was simply a godly skill. Even a wood spirit could not compare to this recovery ability. Phew! Lin Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. He spread out his hands and clenched them. Feeling this powerful force, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a faint smile. He had recovered 90%. What a powerful water bullet. Its power is almost comparable to a magnetic explosion. Lin Feng thought to himself. Although he had not reached Star Sea level as a fire spirit master, the power of the magnetic explosion created by the combination of the rebirth flame and the devouring flame was quite terrifying. It had killed his enemies several times. But right now, it was just an inconspicuous water bullet, but it had such power. It was really shocking. In terms of control over the fire element, I am definitely not worse than her. The devouring flame and the rebirth flame are inferior only because of the difference in level. If I advance to Star Sea level fire spirit master, the power of any kind of flame compression combined with star power will not be inferior to this water bullet. And if the two are combined, Lin Feng felt his heart tremble. His eyes were burning. At that time, the power of the magnetic explosion would be unimaginable. If that day really comes, I'm afraid even I will be blown to pieces. Lin Feng bitterly smiled and shook his head. No matter how strong his body was, it was only equivalent to Star Sea level 9 War God. It was just that his recovery power was shocking, but he was not immortal. Once the power exceeded the limit, he would be no different from a normal warrior. I'll think about it when the time comes. First, I need to recover my body and stabilize my spear technique. Then, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He already had a plan. Number 14, Ming Garden. Wah! The cultivating Ba opened his eyes. Ta! A ghostly figure landed in front of him. A skinny man with yin-yang eyes walked over slowly. Han Lu's 13th disciple, Bien Ruyu. Greetings, young Lord Bien. The Ba bowed respectfully. How is it now, Ba? Bien Ryu raised his hand and said coldly. It's already arranged. The smile on the Ba's face didn't change. He said indifferently, Tu Lu is too stupid. I didn't even say anything, and he sent himself to me. However, although that guy is stupid, he is not weak. I just need to use a little trick, and I guarantee that he will hate Lin Feng to the bone and kill him. Oh, Bien Ryu's eyes lit up. He nodded. Good. Remember what the master said. Other than the arm, I will add a pair of eyes. No problem. The Ba revealed his signature smile. Young Lord, don't worry. Then I'll wait for your good news. Bien Ryu smiled with satisfaction. Waves surged, and there were many hidden battles. The originally peaceful outer sect of the Ninth District was completely broken due to the addition of the newcomers. This was especially true for Lin Feng, who had taken the Sea Spear Rock number 12 as soon as he made his move. The commotion of Shui Linglong challenging Lin Feng had just ended. Instantly, another shocking piece of news came, shocking everyone. Extra. Number 45 Monstrous Strength, Tu Lu issued a challenge. Following this shocking news, the entire restaurant was in an uproar. After staying in the Ninth District's outer sect for close to 2 months, the newcomers were no longer ignorant like when they first arrived. They were especially familiar with the experts of the 100 territories in the Ninth District's outer sect. Tu Lu, Star C Class Level 7, had monstrous strength. His strength was quite tyrannical. Although everyone was surprised, it was not too unexpected. Number 12 was a hot potato. Without a certain level of strength, who would be willing to accept it? There would definitely be many challenges. Only the strongest could be tempered into steel. This time, Lin Feng is in trouble. Who said so? Maybe Lin Feng can win? That's right. Lin Feng defeated Shui Linglong before. He must be very strong. The newcomer's attitude towards Lin Feng had completely changed. The Douling world was like this. The strong were respected. Moreover, Lin Feng represented the newcomers. Perhaps Lin Feng himself did not think so, but the newcomers had already regulated Lin Feng to be on their side. He represented the collective interest. As the saying goes, one's glory, one's loss, all. In the corner of the restaurant, a man and a woman sat facing each other. The atmosphere was a little tense. Bai, what should we do now? Shui Linglong asked anxiously. Just fight. Brother Lin shouldn't be afraid of that monstrous strength Tu Lu. Bai was calm. He was very confident in Lin Feng. This. Shui Linglong bit her lips. She did not know what to say. If it was Lin Feng in his normal state, she would not be worried. However, Lin Feng was seriously injured in order to protect her. How could she not be worried? She felt inexplicably anxious. Looking at Shui Linglong's changing expression, Bai Yi's eyes flashed. He said casually, Linglong, why are you suddenly so concerned about Lin Feng? As soon as he said that, Shui Linglong's face turned red. She did not know how to answer. Suddenly, outside, there was a burst of laughter. Look, someone is running naked. The sound of wolves howling rose and fell. What a good activity. Cool phones are waiting for you. Follow me. Click on the Chinese network's official account. Add friends on WeChat. Add a public account. Type Kdred and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Kdred's official account now. Chapter 571. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Starry Sky Fiery and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account. Add friends on WeChat. Add official account. Type Kdred and tell me secretly. Wow, that's so exciting. Haha, don't I look like a big white pig? In the restaurant, everyone was laughing merrily. It was extremely lively. Whistles and wolf howls could be heard. Everyone craned their necks to look outside. The central district was very lively. The burly young man's face was red all the way down to his neck. Tens of thousands of people were staring at him, making him unable to take a step forward. Wherever he went, there was laughter. The burly young man covered his crotch with his hands. He was much fairer than he looked. No wonder people said he looked like a big white pig. Huh. Bai craned his neck to look outside the window and laughed. You are so naughty. Shui Linglong sneered. Her face was red, but she didn't look outside. I didn't do it. He asked for it. Bai shrugged innocently and smiled. Who told him to brag? People have to be responsible for their own actions, right? Shui Linglong bit her lips lightly. Her small face was a little pale. She was a little bit pale. She was the one who caused Lin Feng to be seriously injured, but she just walked away. Bai Yi's words touched her deeply. The scene that day appeared in her mind. Shui Linglong felt her heart beat faster. She thought of Lin Feng's bloody body and felt sorry for him. She felt as if something had cut her heart. I can't just stand by and watch. I have to save him, even if I have to use all my strength. Shui Linglong's eyes flashed with a resolute expression. She made a decision in an instant. Bai Yi was still looking outside the window. He watched the burly young man run around naked. The central district of the 9th district was full of laughter. The men were laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. The women were peeking with their eyes covered. Some were blushing. They were very happy. This scene turned into a wondrous sight. Suddenly, Bai Yi remembered something. He turned around with a smile. Linglong, just now. Bai Yi was stunned. He looked around, but Shui Linglong was nowhere to be seen. Leaving just like that? How strange. Sword, spear, rock. Shui Linglong directly pierced through. Although it was in the cool-down period, Shui Linglong was using the intersect token, so she could enter at will. Lin Feng won't be able to recover in 10 days. Even if I have to disobey father's orders, I will still use that move. No matter what, I owe him. Shui Linglong bit her lips, her expression firm. The water rippled as Shui Linglong arrived at Lin Feng's place in the blink of an eye. Shui Linglong covered her mouth in shock. Lin Feng, who was in front of him, was currently wielding a long spear. He was constantly waving it around, creating a strong wind. An astonishing chi flame accompanied by the spear intent condensed out. Its power was extremely astonishing. There wasn't even the slightest sign of injury. Blinking her eyes, Shui Linglong shook her head. She felt as if she had fallen into a dream. Did she see wrongly? Lin Feng's body was no longer stained with blood. His damaged skin had been repaired, and his muscles were firm and full of explosive power. The dancing spear carried a sharp aura. His aura wasn't inferior to the previous battle, and it was even stronger. How was this the appearance of a seriously injured person? Lin Feng felt helpless. How could he not know about Shui Linglong's appearance? However, he didn't want to provoke this troublemaker. Pretend that I didn't see her. Lin Feng thought to himself. At that time, it would be troublesome for her to pester him and use that powerful water bullet. The spear in Lin Feng's hand flashed, but he did not stop. Instead, he focused on practicing. As long as Shui Linglong didn't have any evil intentions, he would treat her as if she didn't exist. If she had the slightest killing intent, he would be able to sense it instantly. Most importantly, Shui Linglong's strength was nothing to be afraid of. Chi! Lin Feng quickly waved the Nightmare Demon Spear. In his mind, the last real battle with Fei Jin appeared. The spear he used appeared. Nightmare-style spear execution, the first spear. A great spear shape. The spear intent is also not bad. In terms of attack power, it completely surpasses my 9 Flood Dragon spear art. But Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The spear intent is only not bad. It doesn't match the spear shape. That domineering aura was only because Fei Jin's spear art realm was high enough. His proficiency in the intermediate level of 1 with the spear had increased the spear intent's power by 5 times. In terms of spear intent's power, the first spear, the Nightmare-style spear art, was only on par with his 9 Flood Dragon spear art. If the spear shape of this spear is combined with the spear intent of the 4th wooden sculpture, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Lin Feng's eyes shone as he continued to experiment. The spear intent of the 4th wooden sculpture was extremely similar to the first spear of the Nightmare-style spear art. There was a domineering aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It will definitely match. The only thing missing is how to cross the two into a parallel line. Lin Feng nodded. He had already made up his mind. If he wanted to learn, he would learn the best spear and improve the first spear of the Nightmare-style spear art until perfection. Actually, Lin Feng's guess was not wrong. The Nightmare-style spear art emphasized the shape of the spear, and the spear intent was slightly inferior. That day, He Yun had created the 3 spear moves of the Nightmare-style spear art. He had condensed the essence of all the spear moves he had learned in his life. The shape of the spear was already close to perfection. All kinds of spear moves were combined to form the 3 spear moves of the nightmare-style spear art. However, the spear intent could only be borrowed and could not be created by He Yun. Therefore, the spear intent of the nightmare-style spear art was slightly inferior. And Lin Feng's 7 wooden sculptures did not have a spear shape. It was a match made in heaven. But it was not an easy task to learn it in the first place. Moreover, Lin Feng still had to modify the foundation, which was even more difficult. Even if his comprehension was shocking, it was still a big project. So powerful. The spear moves are sharp and clear. The realm of the spear art has actually reached such a level. Shui Linglong's eyes shone brightly as she watched from the side. Although she was a water spirit master, her background was not ordinary. She had seen all kinds of experts. She could clearly see Lin Feng's strength. The more she watched, the more frightened she was. Recalling Lin Feng's full speed during the challenge, Shui Linglong's face could not help but reveal a trace of smile. She had really overestimated her own strength. He should be fine now. Shui Linglong's beautiful eyes flickered. Although she did not know how Lin Feng recovered, the truth was in front of her eyes. Since Lin Feng was fine, she did not need to stay here anymore. No matter what, peeping at others practicing martial arts without permission was not an honorable thing to do. But inexplicably, Shui Linglong felt a little disappointed. She did not know why. I should be happy. I don't need to use that forbidden move. Shui Linglong forced a smile. But why do I feel disappointed? Shui Linglong lightly bit her lips. Her heart seemed to be twisted. She did not dare to look at Lin Feng. In an instant, she passed through. In a distant region, it was a huge lake. In the boundless inland, there were too many lakes like this. The indigo-colored lake reflected a dazzling light. The water temperature was getting warmer, clear, and transparent. In the lake, there were many fishes, corals, jellyfish, aquatic plants, and all kinds of aquatic creatures. Such a beautiful scenery, such a vast lake, but there was not a single person in sight. It was as if it was a waste of natural resources. It was really strange. That was because there was a palace, a luxurious palace located in the deepest part of the lake. It was extremely beautiful, dazzling, and all kinds of priceless jades were just decorations in this place. The palace occupied a huge area, more than 100 times bigger than the Fiercian Gate. It was filled with bright colors, magnificent, as if it was the ruler of the lake. In fact, it was the master of the lake. Linglong should have seen you, Lin Feng. The voice was light, with a hint of emptiness and faintness. It was a young man in white, with a sunny smile. He was like a cloud, full of vitality. His smile revealed friendliness and nostalgia. The sky is about to change again. Ha! The young man in white muttered to himself, his eyes shining. At this time, a little boy ran in from outside. Senior brother, Master is looking for you. I know. The young man in white nodded gently. In the central region of the 9th district, the restaurant was always the best place for news. The warriors of the outer gate of the 9th district like to talk here and pass on all kinds of information and gossip. I'm looking forward to it. In a few days, Lin Feng and Tu Lu will fight. Who do you think will win? Of course, it will be Lin Feng. You don't know, right? Lin Feng has already said that Tu Lu is nothing. If he dares to challenge him, he will break his legs and let him crawl out. Then he will cripple his pair of eyes and let him watch his path in the future. Don't mess with people he shouldn't mess with. Yes, I heard about it too. Lin Feng is really domineering and manly. He really makes us newcomers proud. That Tu Lu doesn't even dare to fart after hearing it. Whether he dares to challenge or not is another matter. Ha ha ha. In the private room. I'm so angry. Tu Lu's veins popped out, his fists clenched tightly. Damn these little bastards. See if I don't kill them. Tu Lu slammed the table and stood up, smashing the wooden table into pieces. He was fuming with anger. Old Tu, calm down. Amit Boss smiled and said, how can you stop the crowd from talking? How many can you kill? Dozens or hundreds? Amit Ba shook his head. Don't forget that fighting is forbidden in the central region. This is a sect rule. Tu Lu gnashed his teeth in anger, but he still had some reason. It's okay. Ba patted Tu Lu's shoulder. I say, old Tu, it's not like you won't lose a piece of meat. That's because the person who said it is not you. Tu Lu glared angrily. Then you have to find the person who said it, right? Ba's eyes flashed, fanning the fire. Lin Feng. Tu Lu clenched his fists, his eyes about to spit fire. I originally thought that he was a newcomer and didn't want to be too heavy-handed, but now, Tu Lu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He asked for it. He dared to waste my attack. Damn it, I'll cripple him first. Ba maintained his faint smile, not saying anything. Just as he expected, Tu Lu hit the nail on the head. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phone's waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Kdred, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Kdred's official account immediately. Chapter 572. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Starry Sky Fiery and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account. Add a friend on WeChat, add an official account, type Kdred, and tell me secretly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle between Tu Lu and Lin Feng was the focus of everyone's attention. This time, it was not only the newcomers who were watching. All the outer sect disciples in District 9 were watching. The ownership of Number 12. This concerned the reputation of District 9 and the 100 territories. They could not afford to be careless. This was a ruler to test the strength of this newcomer, Lin Feng. How strong exactly was he? Have you heard? That big white pig is betting again. Really? Is he addicted to streaking? Does he feel great? I don't know. Why don't you give it a try? Go to hell. The restaurant was bustling with noise and excitement. All the newcomers were talking about that big white pig. It was the burly young man who had bet with by E to streaking. He was given that nickname because of his fair skin and strong body. The news spread like wildfire. When people heard the nickname, they would think of the funny scene that day. He had become famous. However, the way he became famous was a little special. Wow, Brother Bai, you dared bet? Aren't you afraid that Lin Feng will lose? Young Master Hua held his feather fan in surprise. That means that if Lin Feng loses, you will have to run around the central region naked. Meng was confused. In his opinion, Bai Yi did not need to lower himself to the same level as this person. Will I? Bai Yi smiled confidently. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. That was true. After all, who was Bai Yi? Other than Lin Feng, Bai Yi was ranked the highest among the newcomers. He was the most powerful one. He had surpassed Shui Linglong. Number 188. So what if he lost the bet? Where I did that big white pig have to be so arrogant? Bai Yi's eyes flickered when he saw everyone's expression. He smiled and shook his head. He knew that they must have misunderstood. You don't know how strong Lin Feng is. Bai Yi thought to himself, but he didn't bother explaining. They would find out sooner or later anyway. What can mere Tu Lu amount to? At that time, Lin Feng could even easily kill the shamans. Most importantly, 2 days ago, he had just met Lin Feng. Bai Yi smiled bitterly as he recalled what had happened that day. Just a single wood spirit was enough to push him into a corner. Lin Feng's hidden strength, it was too terrifying. Sword Spear Rock. Lin Feng did not slack off in the slightest as he trained his spear art. The nightmare demon spear in his hand rose and fell, bringing with it an awe-inspiring, domineering aura. It was quite different from Fei Jin's. If the spear shape was compared to a person's body, then the spear intent would be a person's dressing, clothing, temperament, and so on. The same spear shape matched with 2 different kinds of spear intents meant that there were 2 different types of spear moves, and their power was completely different. Chi, chi, chi. The spear rose and fell, bringing with it the sound of the wind. It was a storm, a violent storm that was contained within the spear. It was as though the moment it appeared, the wind and clouds surged, destroying everything. However, Lin Feng had yet to fully grasp it. Boss's improvement is really fast. Back then, he almost couldn't even beat me. Now, on the side, Wing had nothing to do. Watching Lin Feng use a spear move, he kept recalling. Back then, Lin Feng and him had been in a tough battle. Lin Feng had only managed to exhaust him to death by relying on his inexhaustible flames. To be honest, Wing had been extremely unwilling. Who would be willing to follow a weak master? But now, however, Wing was very sincere. No matter how much his strength had increased, he was still not Lin Feng's match. Plus, he had risen from Star C level 6 to now, and was already on the path to the legendary Star Lord level. It was all thanks to Lin Feng. Suddenly, Wing's leaves shook. Tens of thousands of winged insects had already spread out, closely monitoring the entire stone spear rock. This was done by Lin Feng on purpose. He didn't want to be harassed anymore. Wing murmured. The branch waved lightly, informing Lin Feng. Last time, he had blocked a guest and accidentally hit the car. This time, it was better to inform him obediently. He didn't want to make the same mistake again. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The spear in his hand flashed, creating a gust of wind. Lin Feng immediately stopped. He should be that monstrous strength Tu Lu. Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't care too much. 2 days ago, he had seen Bai Yi and learned everything. However, he had forgotten that he would be challenged every 10 days. I heard that he has Star C level 7 strength and is extremely strong. Lin Feng nodded and curled up the corner of his mouth. Perfect for me to practice my spear. After pondering, Lin Feng didn't stop Tu Lu from entering. After 10 days of spear practice, he had reached a bottleneck. It wasn't a bad thing to have an actual combat opponent. At least, this Tu Lu was strong enough. He's here, but his murderous intent is very strong. Lin Feng frowned and felt a little strange. He had never met him before. Why was there such a strong, murderous intent? That feeling, it was as if he wanted to kill him. Wait. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly changed, and he frowned. Just as Tu Lu approached him, a ghostly figure sneaked in without anyone noticing. It was a completely unfamiliar face, and his chi was hidden. However, he was several times stronger than Tu Lu. Who was he? Li Yin's sect, inner sect. Ryu, how's the matter I told you to do? Han Lu held his face with his hand, his expression deep. Master, don't worry. I've already set up an inescapable net. Bien Ryu's eyes were cold and sharp. She smiled proudly and said, It's good that Tu Lu Feng crippled Lin Feng. If he can't finish it, someone will finish it for him. Very good. Han Lu nodded and said with satisfaction, It's good to have less trouble. Let that idiot take the blame. Bien Ryu's eyes turned cold. Master, you really don't need to kill Lin Feng. No need. Let's play slowly. Han Lu smiled faintly, and his eyes lit up slightly. Sima, she is extremely stubborn. Crippling Lin Feng is a small matter, but if he kills Lin Feng, the matter will be blown out of proportion. At that time, we can't avoid getting into trouble. Li Yin's sect's annual celebration is in a month. Save as much as you can. Yes, master. Bien Ryu cupped her hands and said, Do well, Ryu. Han Lu's lips curled up slightly. Among all my disciples, I think the most highly of you. Don't let me down. Don't worry, master. Bien Ryu was overjoyed. Wait for my good news. Han Lu nodded and waved his hand lightly. At the Python Spear Rock. You're Lin Feng. Tu Lu widened his bell-like eyes and roared. Tu Lu had an extremely tall and sturdy body. His upper body was bare, and his chest hair was exposed. He looked somewhat wild. His strong fighting spirit set off his murderous nature. Tu Lu's eyes shot out a sharp light. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. I am. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Holding the Python Devil Spear, his expression didn't change at all. Through the vision of the fusion wings, Lin Feng's eyes were sparkling. Although he was facing Tu Lu, his mind was focused on the mysterious black-clothed man. Inner sect disciple. If he came to watch the fight, why did he have to be so sneaky? Lin Feng thought inwardly and felt deeply puzzled. Why did this mysterious black-clothed man sneak into the Python Spear Rock? Even his aura is concealed. Obviously, he doesn't want to be discovered. Ghost. Lin Feng suddenly understood. He didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, bang, his aura exploded, and Tu Lu's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Die, Lin Feng! An angry roar sounded. Tu Lu suddenly pulled out a mace. The sharp barb shone with a terrifying light. The thick mace wasn't inferior to his body at all. It was full of power. Such a weapon was rare. Whoosh! Lin Feng jumped back and pulled out the python devil spear. Such a strong, murderous aura. Is it innate, or... Lin Feng was puzzled. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. He needed time to settle down. Boom! Boom! The mace could split mountains and split rocks. Its power was boundless, especially the barbs. They were like sharp swords piercing through, shining with a cold light. Once hit, it would be no joke. But Lin Feng avoided the fight. His nimble body dodged everywhere. He was like a light breeze, floating everywhere and teasing Tu Lu. Bastard, little bastard, don't dodge if you have the ability. Tu Lu was fuming, but he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. His strong body was his advantage. It could unleash his strength to the extreme. However, it was also his weakness. It reduced his speed by a lot, and Lin Feng was a warrior who specialized in speed. Huh! Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He didn't care. This kind of provocation had no effect on him at all. In fact, if he really wanted to fight, even if it was a head-on confrontation, he wasn't afraid either. Hiding in the dark. The distance is just outside my detection range. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he thought to himself. If not for Wing, he might not have been able to detect the existence of this mysterious black-clothed man. Interesting. Let's test you. Lin Feng's eyes shone. He dodged repeatedly. Like fishing, he lured Tu Lu to move. Gradually, he moved to where the black-clothed man was. And the result, as expected, Lin Feng shivered inwardly. When he advanced, the black-clothed man retreated. When he retreated, the black-clothed man advanced. He kept a stable distance from him. Very skilled. His hiding technique is quite shrewd. One look, and I can tell that he's an old hand. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He already had some understanding in his heart. The newcomer was an enemy and not a friend. You want to loot a burning house? Then I'll do as you wish. Lin Feng's eyes shone. The nightmare demon spear resonated. Facing Tu Lu's fierce attack, it was the first time they clashed. Instead of guessing passively, why not lure the snake out of its hole? Blockhead, is this all you've got? Lin Feng smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with contempt. Come. Hooking his finger, Lin Feng provoked Tu Lu. In an instant, Tu Lu, who was already furious, went completely crazy. He roared hysterically. His eyes shone with a fierce light. His chest shone with a dazzling light, bringing with it a domineering aura. Tu Lu's body suddenly expanded violently. The veins on his face were exposed. It was as if he had transformed. It was abnormally terrifying. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes shone, but he smiled confidently. I'm just afraid that you're not strong enough. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phone's waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. There's a prize for everyone. Follow Dread's official account now. Chapter 573. After the transformation, Tu Lu was 3 meters tall. He looked like a small sorcerer, but his strength was not inferior at all. Boom! Lin Feng's wrist went numb, and his eyebrows lit up. What a shocking strength. Shivering inwardly, Lin Feng was not shocked, but happy. He was afraid that Tu Lu's strength was not enough to lure the snake out of its hole. Now was the perfect time. Good again. The nightmare demon spear in Lin Feng's hand clanged, and the flames expanded. In an instant, he merged with Tu Lu. The spear and the stick were locked in a stalemate. The shockwaves caused the entire nightmare spear rock to tremble. This kid is not weak. To be able to fight on par with Tu Lu after transforming into a giant, he does have some skills. The eyes of the black-clothed man, who was hiding in the dark, flickered, and his heart trembled. But he is still far from senior brother Bien. Even I, Wu Sha, can easily take care of him. The black-clothed man, Wu Sha, was very confident and smiled coldly. If not for Bien Ryu's order, he would have done it himself. There is no need for him to hide here. Good, let's fight to the death. When the time comes, everyone will think that it was Tu Lu who did it. Wu Sha's eyes were cold. He was on the same side as Bien Ryu. Even their personalities and ways of doing things were almost the same. It was like being near ink. Bang! Bang! There was a violent clash. The battle between Lin Feng and Tu Lu was extremely shocking. It's about time. Lin Feng's spear technique was not messed up, and his expression was calm. No matter how strong Tu Lu was, there was still a huge gap between them. After transforming into a giant, Tu Lu's strength increased greatly, but his speed did not increase. If he really wanted to defeat him, it would be easy. He was not even afraid of the Tian Wu sorcerer tribe, who was of the same size and extremely fast. Why would he be afraid of the fake Tu Lu? However, I'll make use of you, Lin Feng murmured. In front of him, Tu Lu's huge mace came crashing down, and all his star power exploded. He attacked with all his strength. Tu Lu gritted his teeth, and a bloody glow shot out from his eyes. He had already gone crazy. Come! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng pretended to be flustered and couldn't dodge in time. The huge mace pressed down on Mount Hua and completely suppressed Lin Feng. In an instant, it exploded like a thunderbolt on Lin Feng's right shoulder. Tu Lu's eyes shone with an ominous light. And at this moment, Lin Feng's spear was like a ghost. It pierced through Tu Lu's chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Tu Lu's expression was a little dazed, but the pain was incomparably clear. With a furious roar, Tu Lu felt his strength rapidly diminishing. The huge spiked club fell to the ground with a thud, and he was seriously injured. Tu Lu's aghast eyes were like those of a ferocious beast, but at this moment, all of his anger had been replaced by pain. Lin Feng didn't have it easy either. His entire right shoulder was almost crippled, and his flesh was badly mangled. Both sides suffered great losses. However, compared to Tu Lu's injuries, it was much better. Blood spurted out. At this moment, Tu Lu's body had already shrunk to normal, but his face was pale. His body swayed and staggered, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Lin Feng's attack was extremely powerful. The moment the nightmare spear pierced through, it exploded, producing an explosive sound in his body. No matter how strong Tu Lu's defense was, he couldn't withstand it. The body of a giant wasn't omnipotent. As long as one's strength was strong enough, even the Witch Clan could be killed. What about Tu Lu? You've lost. Lin Feng's mouth was stained with blood, and his eyes were sparkling. Tu Lu's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Lin Feng like an injured beast, filled with killing intent. Although his temper was irritable, he wasn't a petty person. He knew that the outcome had been decided. Lin Feng, I'll be back. Tu Lu clenched his teeth and said hoarsely. With that, Tu Lu picked up the gigantic wolf fang mace on the ground. He was gasping for breath, but the attack just now had injured his internal organs. However, Tu Lu was also a tough man. He refused to show weakness in front of Lin Feng. He endured the intense pain, his body trembling. He glared at Lin Feng angrily. Although Tu Lu was unwilling, he could only endure this anger. With an angry snort, Tu Lu swayed his body and left. Tap tap. Staggering, Lin Feng fell to the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. This injury was not fake. It was real. You really hit me hard. My entire right arm was almost crippled. Lin Feng closed his eyes and laughed bitterly in his heart. His shoulder was badly mutilated, and his condition was rather miserable. He looked like a dying man, his aura weak. But it was worth it. It really came. My guess is right, Lin Feng thought to himself, although he had restrained his aura. The whereabouts of the mysterious man in black, his every move would definitely not escape his eyes. There were tens of thousands of eyes staring at him. It was definitely premeditated. I was afraid that you wouldn't come. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes widened. Not far behind, Wu Sha was rushing over. His heart trembled inexplicably as he felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Wu Sha hesitated. It was not the first time he had done such a thing, but it was the first time he had such a reaction. It was as if he was facing danger. A warning? Impossible. He's already seriously injured. With his strength, even if he wasn't injured, he wouldn't be my opponent. I haven't done it for too long. Why have I become so timid? Wu Sha laughed in his heart. Although he was hesitant, his speed did not decrease at all. While flying, Wu Sha's eyes were cold, and the dagger in his right hand was sparkling with a strong, murderous aura. Don't blame me. You only have yourself to blame. You provoked someone you shouldn't have. Looking at the seriously injured Lin Feng lying on the ground, Wu Sha's speed suddenly increased. Like a venomous snake, he opened his bloody mouth. But hua! In an instant, a strong aura was released. Numerous branches danced in the air, forming illusory images. Light condensed, and the branches flashed with red and green light, covering the sky and earth. What? Wu Sha's expression changed drastically. His eyes were cold, and yellow star power exploded. Facing such a situation, Wu Sha could no longer hide. At this moment, he finally understood what the chill on his back was. Damn it! What the hell is this? After all, Wu Sha was experienced and not weak. Although Wing's attacks were all-encompassing and his control was extremely strong, yet his attack power was not enough. This could be seen from the battle with Lin Feng that day. Even though his strength had reached Star C state level 9, Wing was still unable to display strong attack power. His strength was only in control and defense. He might have the power of the Wing bug, but his attack power was not enough. This was where most wood spirits were limited. Different from the witch race, wood spirits fought with exhaustion. Grind the enemy to death. Chi! The attacks continued, and Wu Sha's expression became worse. Although he had Star C state level 8 strength, he still couldn't handle the Star C state level 9 Wing. Huff! Wu Sha panted and was extremely tired. Although he could control the star power, the consumption was too much for Wu Sha to bear. In terms of endurance, wood spirits far surpassed human warriors. Only Lin Feng's perverse constitution could win against wood spirits in terms of endurance. Other warriors didn't have this ability. Wave after wave of attacks, Wing didn't use any tricks and just relied on exhaustion to almost force Wu Sha into a desperate situation. The solidified yellow light around his body gradually faded away. Even Wu Sha's confidence was destroyed. I didn't expect to hunt wild geese all day long, but to be pecked blind by them. Wu Sha's heart was cold, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He originally thought that this would be a simple mission like before, and Lin Feng wouldn't even have any power to fight back. But a wood spirit appeared out of nowhere, and its strength was so terrifying. Wait, Wu Sha's expression changed instantly. Where did the wood spirit come from? Also, Wu Sha seemed to have understood something, and his gaze shot towards the area where Lin Feng was previously, and he was instantly terrified. At this moment, it was empty, and there wasn't even a trace of Lin Feng. It was as though he had mysteriously disappeared, and it was extremely strange. Where did he go? Wu Sha's face was ashen. In his heart, an ominous premonition emerged and spread rapidly. Looking for me? A faint voice sounded. His spine turned cold, and Wu Sha's eyes were filled with shock. A familiar feeling attacked him again. Wu Sha turned around in shock and saw Lin Feng standing there calmly, looking at him with a faint smile. Looking down from above, his eyes were filled with a sense of ease. It was as though he was looking down at an ant. You! Wu Sha exclaimed, and his gaze shot towards Lin Feng's right arm, but he didn't see any trace of blood. He wasn't injured at all. How could this be? Wu Sha felt his mind go blank. He clearly saw that Lin Feng was seriously injured, and his breath was weak. That was why he launched the attack. But now I was fooled. Wu Sha's face was pale. At this moment of hesitation, the attack of both hands slowed down, but Wing caught the flaw. The branches wrapped around his wrist tightly, and the sharp thorns pierced in, bringing out patches of black, like a flower bud blooming. Wing's attack was not only fast, but also cunning. Oh no! Wu Sha reacted instantly, but was already too late. The burst of star power instantly broke free from Wing's shackles, but his wrists had already turned black. In this short moment, Wing had already released the winged insect into Wu Sha's wrists. Deadly poison. Even Lin Feng was restrained by this move, let alone Wu Sha. Swoosh! Swoosh! Wing instantly gained the upper hand. Wu Sha, who was already at the end of his rope, lost the strength in his hands and had no power to fight back. Well done, Wing. Lin Feng smiled faintly and gave him a thumbs up. The current Wing, along with the growth of his strength, was already an out-and-out good helper. He had helped him through several difficult times. Piece of cake. Wing waved the branches proudly, but Wu Sha was tightly bound like a dumpling. Who ordered you to come here? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Humph! Wu Sha snorted, his face full of disdain. Do you think I won't know if you don't tell me? Lin Feng smiled faintly, looking straight at Wu Sha. Han Lu. Wu Sha's expression didn't change. He just smiled strangely with disdain. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He couldn't see any change in Wu Sha's expression, although he was suspicious, but there was no evidence. My head hurts. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. His brows seemed to be connected, and he was thinking of a way to make Wu Sha talk. Suddenly, Boss, I have a way, Wing said confidently. 2 more chapters? Chapter 574. Oh! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Wing would never speak carelessly. Naturally, he was confident when he said that. What is it? Lin Feng asked. If Wing really had a way, it would be great. After all, even if the man in black said it himself, he still had to consider if he was telling the truth. Wing waved his branch and said with a smile, It's simple. Just digest him directly. Lin Feng was stunned. His eyes suddenly lit up and he clapped his hands. Right? How could he have forgotten that Skywing's evolution was to absorb a warrior called Brother Jia, along with his memories and even a part of his personality? That was how Wing learned the human language. Huh. Lin Feng laughed heartily. Wu Sha looked at Lin Feng and laughed coldly. Don't think that I will tell you anything. Wu Sha's eyes were filled with disdain. Kill me if you can. Let me tell you, even if you kill. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Sha's eyes were filled with shock. A sharp pain came. The branches that bound his body suddenly had many barbs that pierced deep into his skin. Thousands of sharp pains spread throughout his body. His body suddenly went numb, and the pain exploded in an instant. Then you can go and die, Lin Feng said indifferently. He would never be merciful to his enemies. This was something he had learned in Sky Martial Continent. If he did not remove the roots, there would be endless trouble. No. Wu Sha's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. When faced with death, one would feel fear. Wu Sha originally thought that Lin Feng would not dare to kill him. Killing a sect member in Fierce Yin's sect was a serious crime. But he obviously forgot that this was not his territory. If he sent himself to Lin Feng's door, he would be killed. Who knew? Save me. Wu Sha's voice was hoarse. The sharp pain attacked his heart. I will tell you everything. I beg you, don't kill me. Wu Sha's face was distorted as his face twitched. But Lin Feng was indifferent. Those who kill will be killed, Lin Feng said indifferently. Pity? He was not worthy. Soon, Wing completely devoured Wu Sha. Wing, whose strength had improved greatly, now had a much better digestive ability. Otherwise, Wing wouldn't have been able to reach Star Sea State Level 9 in such a short time. Accompanied by a red and green light, many new branches appeared on Wing's trunk. Flower buds bloomed, and Wing's strength increased by another level. How is it? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. The taste isn't bad. Wing waved his branch in a comfortable manner. Devouring a level, 8 cosmic sea-state warrior alive would be of great help to his power. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Where's the answer I want? Wing chuckled. Don't worry, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and a strange scene appeared in front of him. In a strange area, the black-clothed man was whispering to a strange man who was as thin as firewood, and the content of their conversation was himself. The scenes were replayed one by one, including this black-clothed man's name and background. Everything was clear. Memories, like a book being opened, in the blink of an eye. It was like a dream. Wah! Light returned to his eyes. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a faint light, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Wing, I didn't expect you to have such a move. Lin Feng sized up, Wing curiously, feeling a bit incredulous. As far as he knew, other wood spirits didn't have such an ability. Only Wing, after mutating, had all sorts of strange powers. Hee, it's my honor to be able to help, boss. Wing flattered. Lin Feng laughed. It's a pity that this is your first time absorbing a martial artist, and it shaped your character badly. The other wood spirits' intelligence was awakened by themselves. Only Wing was absorbed by devouring. Regardless of character or intelligence, he was extremely similar to humans. Nothing is perfect, don't you think so, boss? Wing smiled. By the way, boss, is the information useful? Very useful. Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. If he didn't have this information, he would probably still be in the dark. He didn't expect this Han Lu to be so vengeful, wanting to cripple him over such a small matter. The bigger the sect, the deeper the waters. I have to be careful of Han Lu and his group in the future. The most important thing now is Eat Bien Ryu. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a faint light. In this wuxia's memories, there's quite a lot of useful information. Lin Feng nodded, including how many disciples Han Lu had, what they looked like, and how strong they were. He was very clear about it. Even the various mental cultivation techniques that wuxia had learned were recorded in detail. Although Wing only showed it once, Lin Feng had a photographic memory. Fierce Yin sect does have quite a lot of experts. Just Bien Ryu's strength is already not bad. And this Han Lu? Lin Feng shook his head. From the fragments of wuxia's memories, this Han Lu's strength had long surpassed Star Sea Level 10 and was ranked in the top 3 of the 10 Great Protectors. With his current strength, he had no chance of winning. There were as many experts as there were clouds. I still underestimated Fierce Yin's sect. Lin Feng thought to himself. He was invincible in Tianwu continent and had no opponents in Green Smoke City, so the arrogance in his heart was slowly budding. This was not a good thing. Take it slow, there's plenty of time. Lin Feng smiled faintly. That day in Green Smoke City, he also cultivated bit by bit from the Star River level. Today, it would be no exception. Han Lu, I will remember today's score. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with a faint light. If you advance 1 foot, I will advance 10 feet. Lin Feng won again. Compared to the previous battle with Shui Ling Long, this battle was a real battle to prove his name. Monstrous strength Tu Lu had a resounding reputation in the outer sect of the 9th District. Number 45 didn't have an undeserved reputation, but he fought his way up step by step with his strength. None of the experts in the 100 territories were weak. Haha, Brother Bai, you are too sarcastic. That big white pig is going to run 3 rounds naked this time. Young Master Hua held a feather fan and laughed. Who asked him to be so stupid? After suffering once, he still refuses to rest. I think he is addicted to running naked, haha. All the inner sect disciples gathered at a table and laughed heartily. Bai also looked out of the window with a faint smile. As Lin Feng won the battle cleanly, the central district became lively again. It was not only because the big white pig was running naked again, but also because Lin Feng had proved the newcomers' names and won the honor. Even if Lin Feng couldn't defend number 12 Yin Spear Rock in the next battle, at least he had already proved that his strength was stronger than monstrous strength Tu Lu. In other words, number 45 was firmly in his grasp. Lin Feng had become the new expert of the 100 territories. Lin Feng is so cool. Awesome. He is definitely the idol of us newcomers. I already said that Lin Feng would definitely win. Heh, you guys didn't believe me. Bah. Sanmao, your belated words are really loud. A tossed stone caused 1,000 ripples. At this moment, all the newcomers in the Central District's 9th District were in an uproar. There were no more discordant voices. Lin Feng had used his absolute strength to establish his title as the strongest newcomer. Humans were like this. When faced with someone they looked up to but couldn't reach, jealousy would slowly turn into admiration and respect. It was the same for the newcomers in the 9th District. With their strength, when would they be able to enter the 9th District's 100 territories? But Lin Feng did it. Strongest newcomer? Elder Qi's mouth curled up. Old Qi, are you sure you want to challenge him? The hunchbacked old woman glanced over. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Among the challengers, after Ba, it was number 17, Elder Lin. Third, it was number 23, Granny Yan's turn. What are you saying? Elder Lin glared. Do you think I'm afraid of that kid who is still wet behind the ears? I'm just afraid you won't be able to maintain your integrity in your later years. Hee. Granny Yin laughed dryly as she looked at Ba. She said with a deeper meaning, look at how smart he is. He gave up an opportunity that was at his fingertips. Ba chuckled as he scratched his head. It's fine. It's fine. Isn't it convenient for me? Everyone could not help but look at Tu Lu. The latter's face was pale as he recalled his lofty words back then. Now, he had been beaten to a pulp. Tu Lu blushed as he said with a rumbling voice, he only beat me by a tiny bit. Next time, I'll definitely win the next time. Just admit defeat, stupid ox. The red-dressed woman smiled charmingly. Don't let me hit the nail on the head. Later, you will find an excuse to say that the kid was avoiding your attacks. Tu Lu curled his lips as his face flushed red. He didn't avoid my attacks. With that said, everyone was stunned as they looked at each other. What did you say, Tu Lu? Elder Qi's expression froze. Did you gigantify? Granny Yan's aged eyes shimmered. Tu Lu nodded in a daze. He did not know what was going on with everyone. The red-dressed woman exclaimed as she covered her mouth. It can't be. After you gigantified, the kid didn't avoid your attacks? Although Tu Lu was rash, he did not know how to lie. He nodded in a daze. Everyone instantly sucked in a breath of air, their expressions extremely solemn. The atmosphere was somewhat stifling. Everyone frowned. What do you think? Granny Yin coughed lightly. There are two possibilities. The red-dressed woman's eyes shone. The first possibility is that the kid is too slow. He can't avoid the stupid ox's attacks. Impossible, a middle-aged man said solemnly. After Tu Lu gigantified, his strength increased, but his speed did not. His speed was already slow. With the increase in his muscles, his speed became even slower. Everyone knows that after Tu Lu gigantified, he should be able to roam around. Even if he can't dodge all of them, he should be able to dodge most of them. Ba was still chuckling. However, there was a flash of light in his eyes. Then there is only one other possibility. The red-dressed man's eyes burned. This kid is confident in his own strength. Extremely confident. Everyone sucked in a deep breath as their expressions turned solemn. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Elder Qi. The latter's expression was uncertain. You won't back out at the last minute, will you, old man? Granny Yin cackled. Elder Qi was shocked and immediately became angry. Am I, Elder Qi, that kind of person? His voice was sonorous, but compared to before, it was less confident. The corner of Elder Qi's mouth twitched as his expression turned ugly. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.